Muy buenos días a todos. Por favor, les reiteramos que en un minuto comenzamos. Vamos a ocupar los puestos que están debidamente identificados y aquellos invitados cuya butaca no aparezca o cuyo nombre no aparezca en la butaca, por favor, ocupar las que se encuentran sin identificar. Muchas gracias a todos. Les reitero que vamos a comenzar en un minuto. Muchas gracias.
Sí, diga usted.
Sí, necesito...
Ven, Ale, ven. Él necesita la lista protocolaria. Entonces, el presidente, Bruno y Rodrigo. Escríbelo y te lo trae. No, escríbelo tú. Exactamente. Muéstrale un minuto cómo sería la idea. No, yo me encargo de una copia de la personalidad. No.
propio subir, el clarín escucha el sonido, a las almas valientes correr.
Muy buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Cuba is pleased to receive you all in this sixth International Conference on Cooperation of the Association of Caribbean States. This ceremony is being presided over by Miguel Díaz-Canel Bermúdez, President of the Republic of Cuba. Mario Adolfo Búcaro Flores, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Guatemala and President of the Council of Ministers of the Association of Caribbean States. Rodolfo Sabonge, Secretary General of the Association of Caribbean States. Adriana Bolaños Argueta, Director General for Cooperation from Costa Rica, the country that presides over the Committee on Cooperation and Resource Mobilization of the Association of Caribbean States. Also with us, foreign ministers, deputy foreign ministers, and heads of 86 delegations from countries, cooperation agencies, regional and international agencies, as well as invited institutions. Also with us, Cuban authorities from the Ministries of Foreign Trade and Foreign Investments, the Foreign Affairs Ministry, Science, Technology and the Environment, Tourism, Transportation, Communications, and Civil Defense. And now we invite the Minister of Foreign Trade and Investments of the Republic of Cuba, Rodrigo Malmierca Diaz, to take the floor. Esteemed Miguel Díaz-Canel Bermúdez, President of the Republic of Cuba, distinguished Mr. Mario Adolfo Búcaro Flores, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Guatemala and President of the Ministerial Council of the Association of Caribbean States. Esteemed Rodolfo Sabonge, Secretary General of the Association of Caribbean States, esteemed Mrs. Adriana Bolaños Argueta, Director for Cooperation of the Foreign Ministry of Costa Rica, the country that presides over the Committee on Cooperation and Resource Mobilization of the ACS, distinguished ministers, directors for cooperation, and other delegates of member states, associates, and observers of the ACS. Excellencies, ambassadors, representatives of the diplomatic corps, of the cooperation agencies, regional and international organizations, and other guests. In the case of Cuba, in this complex context, we have been witness of the unjust economic, commercial, and financial blockade imposed by the United States on my country for more than 60 years, which have been further tightened by the Trump administration after the introduction of more than 243 measures, which has added up to the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. We are grateful for the firm position adopted by each of the nations represented here against this policy of the U.S. against Cuba, ratified overwhelmingly at the recent vote of the Cuban resolution at the UN. Thank you for the support to our cause. This is not the first time that a meeting of this organization is held in Cuba. We today remember the 7th Summit of Heads of State and Governments of the ACS held in June 2016 and in March 2017. We welcome with great commitment the first International Conference on Cooperation of the ACS, where important agreements still in force were adopted. Today, it is a very important day for the ACS. This This is the first meeting of the association that we hold in person after the pandemic of the COVID-19 disease, posing many difficulties to all human beings, our societies, and also our economies. This pandemic has brought about an exponential increase of inequalities, hunger, and discrimination in a world already affected by an unjust and neoliberal order. That is why our response to this global challenge must be a coordinated response at a global scale. Cuba ratified that unity, integration, and cooperation among member countries of the ACS are indispensable for the development of the region. Thus, our sustained commitment with the association. We have worked together, Guatemala, Costa Rica, and the Secretariat of the ACS in the shaping up of a program for this event so that we will be able in 2 days to exchange on needs, possibilities, as well as initiatives on cooperative projects leading to the sustainable development of the greater Caribbean in such important areas such as disaster risk management, sustainable tourism, trade, maritime transportation, air transportation, economic relations in the region, uh, climate change adaptation, and the protection of the Caribbean Sea. The topic of these uh, conference, the Caribbean Building Bridges Towards a Sustainable Future, will enable us to focus our attention on strategic challenges for our region. As a result of the first conference on cooperation in the ACS program for coping with climate change, we included the regional project impact of climate change on the sand coastline in the Caribbean, alternatives for their management, which has counted on the participation of Cuban technicians and has been executed with financing from the South Korea Cooperation Agency. This is a project with important results that enhances the cooperation projects supported by this association. In this conference, we will present the results of that project of a regional scope in several Caribbean countries, as well as the possibility to begin a new stage in this project. We believe this event as an appropriate forum to promote regional cooperation lines included in the plan of action of the association for the period 2022-2028 and exchange on the possibilities of financing with the donors, banks, and international entities. The transformation, innovation are indispensable for the sustainable advancement and competitive advancement of our economies, including a wide spectrum of purposes whose comprehensive analysis might be complex. Ahead, we have enormous challenges for which we require technology transfers as well as the capacity building and the enhancement of our respective economies. Each of them in isolation are not able to cope with this on itself. For the comprehensive development of our countries affected by many problems, including imbalances of the world economy and the most recent damages caused by the COVID-19 pandemic or the increasing natural disasters, it is indispensable to have the complementary contribution of the South-North cooperation, South-South cooperation, and triangular cooperation. We would be able to better articulate these complementarities. That is why we welcome the presence in this event, in addition to the delegates and the associates of representatives of observer nations and other potential donors that have focused their attention on the global convenience of contributing to the development of the greater Caribbean, whose economic development could be a factor for peace and benefits for other regions as well. We expect that in this conference, we will discuss initiatives for regional cooperation or to envisage new paths on which we can immediately start working. so that realistic opportunities will open up to promote regional cooperation in the interest of our shared purpose of promoting sustainable development for our countries. I convey to you Cuba's commitment with the regional and international cooperation to help to the extent of our possibilities to meet the sustainable development goals included in the 2030 agenda. Equally important is that when it comes to standards, my country has already a legal framework for international cooperation, Decree Law 16 for international cooperation regulating Cuba's cooperation, and includes a set of standards in a single legal instrument. These can be accessed in the Gazette of the Republic of Cuba, published on December the 1st, uh, 2021. I would like to invite you to spend a few more days in Cuba so that you can attend the International Havana Sphere to take place from the 14th to the 18th of November at Expo Cuba Exhibition Center. This fair could also help to promote trade and investment, which are common purposes of the Association of Caribbean States. I reiterate to you that we are very happy to have you in Cuba. We welcome you, and we hope that this sixth conference on cooperation of the ACS would give an impulse to our cooperation bonds and to envisage new purposes. We hope that in the next few days, you will have a fruitful work and that you may enjoy your stay in our country and our people, as it is a tradition. Our people will welcome you with great sympathy and respect. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos al ministro Rodrigo Malamierca Díaz por sus palabras. A continuación, escucharemos.
And now we'll have an intervention by the chairman of the Council of Ministers of the Association of Caribbean States, Foreign Minister of Guatemala, Mario Adolfo Bucaro Flores. I share the good wishes of this important conference. As the Caribbean Center and as a Guatemalan, to me it is a great honor to greet you this morning as chairman of the Council of Ministers of the Association of Caribbean States. It is a meeting that is a gala meeting because it is being attended. It is taking place in this beautiful Havana city. I would like to start by thanking the dear Republic of Cuba for being such a great host with the hospitality that characterizes the Cuban people, as seen in this hall. No doubt this conference marked a new stage. Guatemala, as chairman of ACS, I would like to thank you all for your attention because this conference has a record attendance number after the pandemic. This is an invitation for holding the sixth conference of the association with a single component: hope, unity, and resilience. The Greater Caribbean is creating bridges for innovation and transformation towards sustainable development, and this reflects the heart and the effect we all have as Caribbeans. We know that, no doubt, that innovation and future is reflected in technology, in the development of transportation, and the challenges we are now facing to have commerce, tourism among our peoples in a sustainable manner, facing climate change that may affect us, but no doubt together and with hope, we will be able to overcome those hurdles. For this, chairman of the association, is vital that these meetings take place. Particularly, I would like to thank the attendance of the member countries and associate members and observer associations and social players potential cooperation partners and so on, because you also represent the components of a unity that no doubt will be reinforcing the opportunities in the region, which is full of natural energy and other components that allow us to take to the world the best of our countries. No doubt, the strategies we will hear about today based on sustainable development will also have an impact on the economic revival we'll need. Your Excellencies, friends all, Mr. President, we should know that international dialogue and collaboration are necessary among our peoples and organizations. They are the tools that will allow us to build the future all our generations are longing for. We must meet the objectives so that the national and international multilateral dialogue brings food to all our fellow citizens and friends. It is also important to reiterate the opportunity must be built not only based on an event but along a process. Today, we are congratulating, no doubt, the great work by the General Secretary and the Resource Collaboration and Mobilization Office that have spared no effort to hold this meeting and to bring to you a roadmap for work under a plan we have all voted for unanimously. I would conclude by saying that we'll build and work together with all countries to be able to attain the goals we have set for ourselves and to hold, God willing, in May, the summit of heads of state in Antigua, Guatemala, where you will be welcome. I will continue celebrating the successes we have scored for the benefit of the greater Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias al
Thank you very much to Minister Bucaro for his words and his invitation. And now we will invite Mrs. Adriana Bolaños, Director General for Cooperation of the Association of Caribbean States. Good morning to everyone. Mr. President of the Republic of Cuba, Mr. Foreign Minister, Minister of Foreign Trade, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Guatemala, and President pro tempore of the ACS, and of course, Secretary General of the ACS. It is a pleasure really to be here with all of you today in Cuba. Costa Rica, as you know, is presiding over the Special Committee on Cooperation and Resource Mobilization, whose board we shared with Colombia, Jamaica, and Suriname. I would like to thank, first of all, Cuba for the excellent organization of this important event and for receiving us in the always beautiful city of Havana. The theme of the meeting couldn't be much more appropriate, building bridges of transformation and innovation for sustainable progress. In the framework of this pandemic of COVID-19, which we are still suffering, there are multiple difficulties facing in the region. It is now more evident than ever the need to strengthen joint work and cooperation at the regional level. So is the case for many other cross-cutting challenges that we have ahead in the greater Caribbean region. The protection of the environment, the climate crisis, the preservation and sustainable use of the Caribbean Sea and its resources, the mitigation of disaster risks, the promotion of trade, and the support to micro, small, and medium sized enterprises, the development of models of tourism that are ever more sustainable, benefiting communities, the lack of connectivity that we have among countries of the region and the rest of the world. All of these challenges can only be faced as a single region. Our organization, the Association of Caribbean States, is now at a crucial moment of existence. very close to observe the 30th anniversary of the adoption of its articles of constitution, and in the face of the multiple challenges I have already mentioned at the global as well as the regional Greater Caribbean challenges, the ACS started a process to dynamize its operation under the leadership of the Secretary General, making it possible for the adoption of the plan of action I already mentioned for 6 years' time with concrete actions which are measurable and that can be implemented. This plan of action will start a new cycle, and in this regard, it is extremely important to identify the opportunity offered by this conference to start developing uh, and establishing alliances and commitments. At the core of this plan of action, there is international cooperation, which is the way in which we can achieve those goals. The biggest value of the ACS turns it into the ideal partner to promote the development of the Greater Caribbean region with the purpose of identifying projects for sustainable development for the region based on 4 pillars. And I will mention them because they are extremely important. This is the line of action we will be working on these days. Trade, sustainable trade and tourism, the reduction of disaster risk, transportation, and the preservation of the Caribbean Sea and its biodiversity. This conference will make it possible to establish a dialogue among all members and our development partners, which is very important. This is not only about an ACS meeting. There are different actors that will make it possible to work with international cooperation to meet the goals of the plan of action. Looking for concrete actions to promote these inclusive, sustainable development of all the Caribbean Sea member states. Ladies and gentlemen, no country can face these challenges all by itself. And unfortunately, the list of challenges is long, and there are many challenges facing us. International cooperation is crucial and makes us stronger, both to donors and to receptors. Thus, the crucial role the ACS is to play as a strategic partner for cooperation in the Greater Caribbean. Upon inviting you to actively participate in this conference, our idea is to exchange opinions, ideas with a common purpose. But before starting to work, I would like to end by remembering a quote by Virginia Burton, whose view I share. Cooperation is the profound conviction that no one can achieve it unless everybody achieve that. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a la directora Bolaño.
Thank you, Mrs. Bolaños. Now we give the floor to Mr. Rodolfo Sabonge, General Secretary of the Association of Caribbean States.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. President, thank you for honoring us with your presence. President Bucaro, who is always with us wherever we go. Minister, it is a pleasure that you have welcomed us to have this conference here in Cuba. 28 years ago, we created the Association of Caribbean States, a mechanism whose initial aim was to get Caribbean, English-speaking Caribbean nations closer to Latin America, who shared a common geographical area, the Caribbean. For us, it is a great honor to have this sixth international conference on collaboration in Cuba, where this series started. But the meaning of holding this sixth conference in Cuba has a more symbolic message. Cuba is a country that has always been characterized by solidarity and collaboration with the rest of the world, and in particular with the Caribbean nations. Additionally, at present, it is one of our member states, together with many others. It has been most hit by natural phenomena and disasters. I'm referring first to the blasting of the tanks as a result of a thunderbolt, and that affected fuel supplies to this day. And also later it was hit by Hurricane Ian that hit much of the Cuban population. Humanity in general is living through very hard times, marked for decades, perhaps centuries, by inequalities between developed and less developed nations. Those differences have been exacerbated as a result of the pandemic and its impact, and also by war, inflation, and essentially by climate change. Those are the realities that force us to redouble our efforts and to give us another chance in this sixth international conference on collaboration to implement programs and projects that assist all our member associate states to reach sustainable development, where nobody's lagging behind, as stated by Cuban slogan. Those who go closer or farther ahead will be reached by the ones lagging behind. We have taken many hours talking on the plan of action for 2028, 22-28 that was approved in our conference of this year, ministerial conference this year. After the approval of such a plan, the various special commissions met and approved what we call the implementation plan and the working plan 2022-2023. That program is the one that has defined the projects that will be presenting in this sixth international conference on cooperation. These are projects and programs focusing on thematic axes for which our association was incorporated. I would like to repeat them. One, protection and preservation of the Caribbean Sea, especially in the face of climate change. The reduction, disaster risk the reduction, that is disasters caused by man or those natural. Then the other focal points include social economic integration of our peoples through the facilitation of interregional trade, better interconnectivity, and I would add not only physical but also digital interconnectivity. And then the improvement of a sustainable tourism area that brings economic growth, but not at the expense of the environment or the cultural wealth of our peoples. I must stress that for each of these areas, our organization, our association is the ideal mechanism, because all these topics go beyond physical borders of countries or go beyond sub-regional mechanisms. I'd like to avail myself of this occasion to quote the General Secretary of the UN. In his previous conference to COP27, he called upon rich countries to sign a historical climate change pact with the developing nations to avoid the environmental catastrophe that is incoming. This sixth international conference on cooperation opens up the real possibility to start that historical pact for this important region, based on real projects seeking to narrowing the gap between rich and poor, both on climate change and development topics, because both areas are inextricably interdependent. As stated, as it's happening on other parts of the planet, where you see that Brazil, Indonesia, and the Congo Democratic Republic are creating the OPEP of tropical forests. We are called upon to create the OPEP of the Caribbean, because as the tropical forest, the ecosystems of the Caribbean are critical for the stability of the planet. And the response for their preservation and conservation will depend and be based on people living there. Global warming is no longer something we can postpone as a priority to deal with. It is a reality we cannot continue ignoring. And it is our duty to contribute to the great international collaboration efforts that are taking place here and in other places. The constant rains in our countries, the saturation of soils show to us more and more that there is no limit to the magnitude these events may have on our lives. As indicated in his speech to COP27 Prime Minister of Barbados, Madam Motley, unless governments act now to address the climate change crisis, by the mid of the 21st century, we'll have over 1 billion climate refugees are going about various parts of the world. It is necessary to preserve the various natural habitats, and that is crucial in the battle against climate change. This requires a radical change in the way in which we extract resources and the way we consume them and the way we discard residues or dump residues. All actions we take must include preservation of the planet in the plans. Our Caribbean States of Association, Caribbean States, has the necessary elements to revive the dialogue on integration, cooperation, innovation, and sustainable development. The plan of action that I mentioned is very clear as to the roadmap to be followed to attain long, mid, and short terms results. We are presenting ourselves before the international community with clear proposals and creative ideas. Now we are presenting 13 conceptual project documents that will allow us to specify on fruitful and inclusive collaboration spaces, all under a concept of cross-cutting accesses that include digital transformation, private involvement, and an emphasis on inclusion, gender inclusion, and equality. This sixth International Collaboration Conference is the preamble, as stated, for the seventh one that we will hold in Antigua, Guatemala, within the framework of our ministerial meeting and our summit of heads of state and government in May 2023. And in this way, we will be reviving our association with a new dynamism and enthusiasm after the pause forced upon us by the pandemic. Thank you, Cuba, for your hospitality and for the support that you have always rendered to the Association of Caribbean States.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much to the Secretary General of the organization. I suggest to you to enjoy a cultural moment by the duet Contraste, who will perform 3 songs of very famous Cuban authors. One of them, Rafael Hernandez, who is not Cuban but is Puerto Rican. May you enjoy this.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. I think that when it comes to the greater Caribbean, a little rhythm is a feature for all of us. And in any city, we can find a girl like the one described in this song. We wish you success in this sixth International Conference on Cooperation of the ACS. We invite you to remain sitting because the members of the chair will leave the room. And afterwards, we will enjoy a break. Around 10 in the morning, we will have the official photograph at the entrance stairs of this beautiful Hotel Packard.
Sí, hola, hola, hola. Sí, dos, tres. Tres. Sí. Hola, hola, dos, tres. Sí. Hola, hola. Dos, tres. Sí. Hola, hola.
La contraseña del internet, ¿cuál es? La password. ¿El usuario cuál es?
Sí, hola, hola. Sí, hola, hola, hola. Dos, tres.
Hay que poner la
Sí, sí, hola. sí, hola, 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 sí, 2, 3. Hola, hola, sí, 2. Hola, sonido, sí, sí, hola, hola, hola. Sí, hola. Sí, hola, hola, 3. Hola, 3. Sí, hola, 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 3. Hola, sí, hola, 3. Hola, sí. Sí, hola, 3. Sí, hola, hola. Sí, sí. Sí, hola. Muy buenos días nuevamente, señoras y señores. Pasamos al momento de la foto oficial en la entrada de nuestro hotel. Repetimos, pasamos a tiempo de foto en la entrada de nuestro hotel. Muchas gracias. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, please your time in this moment, please. Sí, hola, 3. Sí, hola, 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 sí, 2. Hola, hola, sí, 2, 3, 2, 3, sí, hola. Hola, hola, sí, 2, 2, 2, hola, sí. Sí, hola, 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 sonido, sí, 3. Hola, hola, sí. Sí, sí, hola, hola. Sí. La música.
Invitaría a todos a tomar asiento. Muchas. Buenos
Good morning. Welcome.
honor on behalf of the ACS to welcome you to our first in-person meeting in a couple of years. I think it's an auspicious start that so many of you have sacrificed yourself to come to the absolutely beautiful capital of Havana. What we do for country and entity, but I think the results expected of this meeting will be well worth it. Our thanks once more to the government of Cuba for making this space and their capital our home 6 years after they first welcomed us for the inaugural International Cooperation Conference of the ACS. Hemos armado una agenda muy denso, muy rica.
We have prepared a very broad agenda for the following days, which represents our vision for the next 6 years of the ACS. It is said that the 2020 vision is perfectioned and
The states, more than 20 of our observers here. I think we've started pretty well. I come from the little island of Trinidad and Tobago, and there Cuba is known not just for iconic cars and mysterious history, but also for fixing eyesight. So I think to start our vision for the next 6 years here is a beautiful thing. I would like to start the program immediately because it's very long, by inviting Mr. Jong Uk Choi to the podium. El director Choi, por favor, sí. Se licenció en lengua y literatura española.
he majored in Hispanics, language and literature by the University of Seoul. He did a master's degree in international courses in Madrid, Complutense University, and then he studied international and development economy by the Yale in 2002. And since then, he joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Korea, where he took on several positions in the ministry and on various foreign missions like Venezuela, Spain, and he is now the current Director General of Latin American and Caribbean Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Korea. Welcome. Thank you.
Good morning. His Excellency, Mr. Rodolfo Sabonge, Secretary General of the Association of Caribbean States, Ms. Adriana Bolaño, Chair of the Special Committee on the Cooperation and the Resource Mobilization, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As Director General of the Latin America and Caribbean Affairs Bureau of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, it is an honor to address the distinguished floor on the 6th ACS International Cooperation Conference. The Korean government would also avail itself of this opportunity to express our appreciation to Cuban government for its excellent stewardship in steering this conference. Today's conference is held under the theme, The Greater Caribbean, Building Bridge of Transformation and Innovation toward the future of a sustainable process. Our meetings today and tomorrow will take the ACS a step closer toward greater regional integration and connectivity, thus contributing to the founding of objectives of the ACS. The Korean government also aims to support the goal of the ACS by combining the Korean innovation experience with the potential of the Caribbean. The synergy stemming from this combination will ensure a deeper renewed cooperation. This future vision of synergy between the Republic of Korea and the Caribbean will contribute to strengthening the bonds between us. Distinguished delegates, these bonds between the Republic of Korea and the Caribbean will help us face the challenges that we face together. And the greatest challenge we face now is climate change. With the climate change, hurricane have become more frequent and more intense, like Hurricane Julia early this year. Climate change is also exposing the Caribbean to drought to a normally wet region. This hardship came as we all were overcoming the COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to point out that these common challenges serve to highlight the need for sustainable growth and to promote resilience of our communities. In this context, I appreciate how ACS members have given their full support in implementing the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals and have created many programs to make each community more resilient. The Republic of Korea also stands by these aims, and we are willing to work together as the world faces these challenges as one whole community. In this regard, the Republic of Korea has provided US dollar 1.3 million in humanitarian aid to the Caribbean state to combat the COVID-19 pandemic together. US dollar 400,000 were given directly to CARICOM, and the rest to other Caribbean states on a bilateral basis upon the request of His Excellency Miyamoto Lee, the chairman of the Caribbean Community for CARICOM at the time. Korea has sent personal protective equipment when it was acutely needed, and we had also shared our experience in combating COVID-19. But in our path to increase our communal resilience, humanitarian assistance is only a stopgap measure. The Republic of Korea established the Korea CARICOM Cooperation Fund in 2021 to actively support the economic and the social development of the Caribbean region. As it was launched during the COVID-19 pandemic, the first project aimed at improving the ability to respond to infectious diseases in the region in collaboration with the Caribbean Public Health Agency. In addition, Korea CARICOM's Cooperation Fund of US dollar 500,000 per year has been carrying a cooperation project in the health and digital fields. Even before, from 2007 to 2012, Korea government carried out a US dollar 1.17 million e-government support project to help Caribbean countries improve their administrative efficiency and public service. And given the continuous change we face, the e-government project will be revisited next year. In 2023, the Korean CARICOM Cooperation Fund will conduct an innovation and digitization project to digital administrative capabilities of CARICOM. Also, Korea has the willingness to organize the training programs offered by KOICA, Korean International Cooperation Agency, in order to invite ACS member countries in various fields for the sharing of Koreans' experience in the process of its economic and social development. Distinguished delegates, the Republic of Korea and the Caribbean state have discussed many cooperation projects successfully through the Korea Caribbean High Level Forum. It was established in 2011 with the goal of promoting friendly cooperation between the Republic of Korea and the Caribbean region. On the basis of friendly ties more strengthened by this forum, our two sides have cooperated in various fields, such as food security, marine environmental conservation, renewable energy, tourism, etc. These cooperation projects are all related to climate change response, and we expect to deepen this into the future. This year will be the 12th high-level forum. It will be held in Korea, Seoul, Korea, on November 30th. Its theme is particularly related to the goal of ACS, as it is a Korean-Caribbean cooperation partnership for the global marine environment. The Republic of Korea hopes that this forum will provide fertile ground to strengthen cooperation in the field of marine environment with the Caribbean community. Distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, the year 2030 is the goal we set for achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals. On this meaningful year, Republic of Korea also intends to host the World Expo in Busan, Korea, under the theme of Transforming Our World, Navigation Toward a Better Future. Busan is the Republic of Korea's second largest city, symbolizing the Republic of Korea's history of overcoming crises and leaping forward to pursuit of the prosperity from war and poverty. The 2030 Busan World Expo will become a platform for Korea and the Caribbean to share experience and the technology of growth and leap forward and to envision a future vision together. I would like to take this opportunity to ask all of you for your active support for the Republic of Korea's bid to host the 2030 World Expo. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's the Korean government's desire that this forum contribute to strengthening the cooperation between Republic of Korea and the Association of Caribbean States and its members. Finally, Korean government would like to thank again the Cuban government for the generous hospitality extended to Korean delegation. It is my firm belief that this conference will be a major milestone in promoting greater cooperation between Republic of Korea and the Association of Caribbean States. Thank you very much. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so very much.
Muchísimas gracias, señor Joy de Corea. Ha sido un verdadero amigo de la AEC, apoyándonos con una de nuestros proyectos.
Which our members have greatly benefited from and which touches the very heart of what we do and why we do what we do, which is to protect and conserve the Caribbean Sea, so that all of the activities that are engaged on that sea, whether it be trade, transport, sustainable tourism, are sustainable so that we and our children, my child, will know the sea as I have known it and loved it. I'd like to invite my colleagues to the podium, Director Rita Michan, Director Ana Ramirez Cuevas, and Officer in Charge Sophia Reed to the podium for our third session, for the morning, entitled Roadmap to Success, Action Plan, Priorities, and Projects. Just a few words on Rita. She is responsible for coordinating this event, so I think we can give her a little round of applause with the full support of the rest of the Secretariat. She's the newest addition to the executive team at the ACS and an old hand in everything to do with international cooperation and climate change negotiations. Quisiera también reconocer la presencia de
Like also to acknowledge the President of the Council of Ministers of AAC for the 22-23 session. Antigua and Guatemala will be the host for next year for the ninth summits of heads of states and government of the Association of Caribbean States. You are most welcome to these events. And of course, the Secretary General of ACS that does not let us sleep with his ideas and ambitions. I think they are a good couple, both of them. Now I invite Rita to take the podium.
Muchas gracias, Tricia.
Thank you, Tricia. Distinguished guests, distinguished
Señores de Guatemala y presidente de la EC, señor secretario general Rodolfo Sabonge, colegas todos, sean bienvenidos esta mañana. Para mí es un honor estar aquí con ustedes este día. Como ya bien dijo mi colega, yo me llamo Rita Michan, soy recientemente nombrada directora de cooperación y movilización de recursos, y para mí es un verdadero honor estar aquí con ustedes acompañándolos en esta importante reunión, la sexta conferencia de cooperación internacional para la Asociación de Estados del Caribe, compartiendo experiencias,
sharing experiences, él fue quien me lo cambió, and the future of the Great Caribbean. For me, this has been very important after a very long career on environment and climate change, particularly in terms of integration. I participated in the Central American integration for many years, and I know that integration is the future for the sustainable future of the Great Caribbean. I will give you an overview of the historical motivation of this association, for the foundation of this association.
Ok, muchísimas gracias. Inicialmente, como decía,
as I said, I will give you an overview of the historical motivation for the Association of Caribbean States through institutional and instrumental processes that gave life to the 2020-2028 operative plan that has already been mentioned in the inaugural speeches. Following the route of formulating an implementation plan, and then I will give the floor to my colleagues for different presentations. The representative for risk reduction and environment and Caribbean Sea, that is Ramirez, and the direction of trade, transportation, and sustainable tourism by Sophia Reed, with whom I work in a team, and after my presentation, they will make the presentation of their divisions that have allowed to develop different projects for sustainable economic growth and development in the Great Caribbean region. Of course, with the support of all the member countries and the associated members, observers, and particularly international cooperation that accompanies us this morning in this important meeting. So as to make a very quick recount of the history of ACS. ACS was established at the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community in its special meeting in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago in October 1992, where the Association of the Caribbean States was established to generate a global framework for common positions among states, countries, and Caribbean territories. At the second Ministerial Conference of CARICOM in Central America, held in Kingston, Jamaica in May 1993, the ministers of both sub-regions welcomed the proposal of the Caribbean community to establish the Association of Caribbean States with the purpose of promoting economic integration and cooperation in the region. The following year, 1993, in the framework of the group of the three and heads of states and government of CARICOM and vice president of Suriname Summit, celebrated in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago, this was renewed. Then in 1994, the Cartagena de India was established on July 24, 1994 for sustainable development in the cultural, social, scientific, and technological fields. Develop the potentials of the Caribbean Sea through the interaction between member states and with third parties. Promote and widen economic space for trade and investment, providing opportunities for cooperation to increase the benefits for the Caribbean peoples using resources and assets of the region, including the Caribbean Sea, to establish, consolidate, and widen the institutional structures and cooperation agreements on diversity of cultural identities, the development requirements, and the regulatory systems of the region. These are still valid challenges, and now we must acknowledge that to this we must add the problems with climate change due to global warming and all the repercussions. These common stance or positions in terms of economic integration and cooperation means that ACS must bet on the power and coercive forces of international cooperation as a tool for sustainable development in the region. 28 years later, we are still convinced that the only way of solving the problems that we face today is the will of the countries that integrate this association and promoting a development that will benefit all its members and therefore the peoples of the Great Caribbean. The mandate is clear. The need to forge effective responses in the face of the different challenges. The institution and mission for a good integration vision to continue building on the established foundations, but emphasizing on the need to attain the goals of our constitutive letter. Later on, there was the development of different tools that have enabled to strengthen the institutionality of the association, as you can see in the slide.
No obstante, la presentación continúa.
However, Heads of states defined that every 3 years they would review this 6-year operative plan. The statutory ministerial meetings every year, the plan of action every 3 years. Today, for the first time, we have an operative program for the 2022-2028 period that imposes a long-term vision and therefore sustainable. With the support of international cooperation, the special fund was established, allowing the association the implementation of projects and programs, the importance of strengthening or building capacities, the special committees, transportation, trade, sustainable tourism, disaster risk reduction, and the Caribbean Sea Commission. And in terms of the General Secretariat, the functions to support functions like legal, financial, communication, protocol, technology, and policy. I'm sorry that the presentation has not run as it should. Let's go to the maps now. Here I present the members of the 35 countries, 25 member countries, and 10 associated members. CARICOM, Central America, CARICOM, the group of 3, and those that are not grouped. These are all the members of the Association of Caribbean States. Now here you can see the list of members and then later on the associated members. The observer states, the founding observer agencies, and the observer agencies of ACS. The organization, through the different organizational mechanism, has established the definition of priorities that will allow us to work hand in hand with international cooperation in the region. The priorities established are disaster risk reduction, climate change, trade, sustainable tourism, and transportation. Identifying the cross-cutting topics that you see in the slide: protection and conservation of the environment, gender perspective, childhood, youth, women, people with disabilities, community participation, administration or management, risk analysis, small and medium enterprises, and digital transformation. All this is reflected in the 2022-2028 plan and its 4 axes. Here are these axes: sustainable development, resilient measures, environment, and cooperation, which were presented by our Secretary General. These have been identified in the implementation plan, and they include 90 actions to be implemented every year that fulfill 15 of the SDGs, and that can only be possible through alliances for development or partnerships for development, and of course international cooperation. As I mentioned before, the plan of action is foreseen for the next 6 years. It will be reviewed every 3 years during the summit, and this will allow us to assess the fulfillment and make the necessary adjustments to be executed in the implementation plan every year. Currently, we are in the 2022-2023 plan of action that was recently adopted by the Council of Ministers. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, progress and strengths generated through time, through the institutional mechanisms, represent a great achievement for institutional strengthening. However, this is just the machinery that will allow us to fulfill the hope of generating the building of bridges for transformation and innovation for a sustainable future. This is just a dream that many of us have. But to make this dream true, we need the effort of each and everybody, all the members, the associated members, the partnership or organizations, the cooperators, and the multilateral bank. So I take the opportunity to urge you to dream together for a sustainable development in the Great Caribbean region. It will only be sustainable if we are united, not only in terms of ideas and principles established in our charter, but also in the sections, projections, and programs that will enable this great Caribbean region to become an exemplary region for the world, where the quality of life of all people will be decent. Concerted action is the key to this. Concerted action is the key. Let us add our efforts so that cooperation may reflect that we can make a difference. United for the integration of the Great Caribbean region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rita. I'd like to acknowledge also in the room Her Excellency Josefina Vidal Ferrero, vicecanciller de Cuba, y
Deputy Foreign Minister of Cuba and another important partner for this event. Thank you very much for your presence.
And to hold hands in concerted action. Our next speaker, Director Ana Ramirez, is an expert in public policy as it concerns the disaster sector or reduction of disasters. But really what I want to say about Anna is that if you looked in the dictionary for passion and energy, you would see Ana, Leticia, and Ramirez next to those words. She brings the passion that fuels the dream. And Sophia, who is seated to her left, is the energy of the youth that will help us to execute it for future generations. You have quite a trio on the podium this morning. I'd like to invite Anna to the table.
Muchas gracias, Trisha.
Thank you very much, Trisha. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us and for attending this event that, as it's been said, we want to become a more united region and we want to provide value added for our membership. We speak a lot about our dreams, and perhaps this is high time on how we are going to realize those dreams. I would like to invite you to learn more about what we are discussing. What is the importance of our presence here? I will talk a bit about the context, the vision we have in terms of the environment and the Caribbean Sea, and how we want to realize our dream of disaster risk reduction. First of all, for us to better understand, although we don't all speak the same language, we should share some terms, and it is important to understand that planet Earth is alive, as well as living beings are integrated and interconnected by a series of systems like this skeleton, the circulatory system. There is a number of systems that also make up our planet, and scientists have established that the age of the Earth is of around 45 billion years. This is easily said, but it is necessary to better understand what those years mean. I invite you to cooperate. Compared with a natural year for us, from January to December, the process of the Earth and its evolution, its growth and development began around March. What does this mean? That the rocks, volcanoes, all these phenomena began interacting in the month of March. We all know that life came from water. The first fossils we are aware of come from the month of May. The evolutionary process has taken a lot of time because life did not emerge to the surface until November. That means that it was not until mid December that dinosaurs roamed the earth. And what do I mean? Men only emerged in the planet by December 31st of this calendar year. We're comparing the evolution of the earth with. So that means that the Roman Empire only governed the planet for 5 seconds, or that the Americas were only discovered in that last second of that 31st of December. So the time that we have had as a humanity in our planet is fleeting compared to the entire life of the planet Earth, while the impact of our activities is huge. I call you to discuss climate change in a way in which it is more tangible for us. And it's not me speaking, it is the United Nations. The Framework Convention of the United Nations for Climate Change defines climate change as a change in the climate directly or indirectly attributed to human activity that alters the composition of the world atmosphere and combines or adds up to the natural variability of climate that has been observed for many years. And there are concepts that many a times we can confuse, like climate variability. Climate variability is natural and it has been part of the life of the planet forever. So it is necessary that we identify differences between climate change and climate variability. And what are the consequences of climate change? The impact of climate change is seen in global warming, the sea level rise, the advance of the shoreline, salinization of our bodies of water. There is a reduction in the number of species. There is an increase in the frequency of hurricanes. There are more consequences linked to climate change impacts. And these consequences are, for example, droughts, which are more severe, floods of all sorts, the salinization of agricultural land, floods in coastal areas, the increase of vectors that will bear and communicate diseases. Of course, there's also a huge impact on food security, and also a major consequence is on the availability of fresh water. And also to talk about climate change, we need to give a face to climate change. The worst impact is suffered by the population, and they will be forced to displace. And this is currently being discussed under the COP, and those that will take the worst toll of climate change are human beings. We are suffering the consequences of the decisions we have made and the way in which we live. These are only some examples of what we are facing as a region. The current circumstance is that, to put it simply, the economic slowdown brought about by the pandemic did not contribute to reduce the impacts of climate change. This means that we are increasingly having years with higher variables. In these slides, I wish to show you that the advance of climate change is very strong. The biggest picture is of Julia, the tropical storm that hit the region and impacted virtually the entire Caribbean. It began as a tropical depression, and its major impact was first felt in Venezuela, then ended up in Guatemala. And the ones who took the worst toll were human beings. In COP27, we are talking about what's going on and that it is necessary that we take urgent action. The need for these urgent actions is unquestionable. Al Gore, a former US president, that has always talked about the importance of climate change, that we need to change the way in which we coexist with the planet, was very clear when he said that the more global warming, the more water evaporation, which will translate in more intense rainfall. The Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, also strongly called for us to do something and do something now. Unfortunately, in the greater Caribbean, we are a very small CO2 emitters, but we will receive the worst part of the climate change impacts. So we will be faced with the high variability in rainfall. You were able to see it. Those who were able to arrive yesterday in Cuba, we were greeted by rain. Yesterday in the morning and late at night, it rains for a longer period of time, and it rains more. There's a sea level rise, and this will bring about the destructive erosion of our beaches. There's also partial or total damage in the infrastructure that we have built. There will be a reduction in beach surface. There will be an increase of extreme weather events. We will be talking about a reduction of freshwater sources, and fresh water is vital. We also have saline water intrusion in our aquifers. At country level, what we are facing in the region is not recent, but problems have compounded. For example, in the case of Belize, coral bleaching is ongoing. In other countries like Guatemala, I was speaking about that a while ago, with the strong and heavy rainfall brought about by Julia. A lot of people were impacted, people died, and others were forced to displace themselves, and many people lost their properties. And we don't, when we talk about numbers, we often fail to fully grasp that perhaps people have lost everything they fought for throughout their entire lives. And that's what we need to continue assessing. In cases like St. Vincent and the Grenadines, there's a large number of fishing communities that are highly vulnerable to climate change impacts, and they could disappear from the face of the earth. Similar situation is faced in Panama, where recently entire communities had to be evacuated because the sea is taking over most of their territories. And although the various scenarios expected in Panama have been designed, but the truth is that those that we worst affected will be people. In the case of Jamaica, 7 of the 8 power plants are located throughout the shoreline. So the impact could be huge, and that will directly impact its infrastructure. Something similar happens in Dominique. The entire road network is very near the beaches. In Costa Rica, also, there's a serious problem linked to coral bleaching. And why I emphasize on coral bleaching? Because corals protect us also from tropical cyclones, and the more we affect our coral reefs, or the less we do to recover our coral reefs, the worse will be the impact of extreme weather events. There's also forests in Costa Rica that are about to disappear due to the protracted droughts. Grenada and St. Lucia don't have a very different situation. They are also coping with these problems due to increased droughts. Guyana also faces severe floods as its capital hosts around 75% of the economic activity of the country, and they are constantly hit by floods closely linked to the impact of tropical hurricanes. Julia, as I said, began as a tropical depression, but when it hit Venezuela, it caused landslides that took the lives of hundreds of people and also left a lot of people injured, maimed, and lots of people lost their property. And the infrastructure was also severely affected. And this all brought about by the impact of climate change. Trinidad and Tobago has also been seriously hit. In this picture, you can see the Mosquito Creek, that despite all engineering works that at some point were taken or carried out to recover the road, it was not possible, and the impact of climate change forced them to build an additional road to the original one, and that's what is happening in our region. I would like to invite you to make this brief analysis. The disaster risk reduction goes hand in hand with environmental issues, but we cannot talk about mitigation of disaster risks when we mitigation of climate change is a different thing. Mitigation of disaster risk are activities that seek to reduce the impact or damages of a disturbing agent, while mitigation in the case of climate change are policies and actions that seek to reduce GHG gas emissions. We want to focus on the activities of disaster risk reduction and adaptation to climate change, because what our region is facing requires measures and adjustments of natural human systems in order to minimize damages or make the best use of the beneficial impacts of natural phenomena. In the case of the environment and the Caribbean Sea,
as Michan mentioned, we established a strategic objective focused on reducing environmental risk, the loss of biodiversity, and to promote restoration, preservation, conservation, and sustainable use of biodiversity and other natural resources through better governance of the Caribbean Sea. As it has been mentioned, this will only be possible if we have a concerted action by member countries, particularly with the support of our partners for development. In this regard, concrete general strategies have been established, focused on establishing the Caribbean Sea as a special area. This is a task that we have for more than 20 years now as an institution, and we would like to materialize this as soon as possible. Our region needs it and our people demands it. We need to promote the sustainable management of the Caribbean Sea and its resources to strengthen mitigation measures and promote sustainable management of wastes. How are we going to do this? Today, we would like to propose concrete projects that will enable us to translate all these wishes and dreams into a reality. Our priority areas are the main problems we are facing, like, for example, the forced displacement or forced migration due to climate problems, microplastic, the designation of the Caribbean Sea as a special area in the context of sustainable development, coral reefs, governance of the ocean, and disaster risk reduction. These are cross-cutting issues, as we mentioned. Public-private partnerships, we need to work together to find a digital transformation with a gender approach, inclusive with the support of private initiative and community participation. In this regard, the project that we are going to explain and that we would like to invite you to be part of it is a phase 2 of the Sandy Coast projects. You will be receiving more information on what we are doing in terms of Sandy Coast, a project on coral reefs, and then also a project on resilient tourism, low carbon resilient tourism. The designation of this special area, we need to update a consultancy service that will enable us to make decisions so as to present this as a special area at the United Nations and the climate mobility of the Caribbean Sea. In terms of disaster risk reduction, it is clear for us that as a strategic objective, we need to contribute to the strengthening of resilience measures to reduce losses due to disasters, to promote assistance, speedy assistance. And this we will be able to attain through general strategies, mitigating disaster risk in the region, increasing awareness and resilience regarding disasters in the region, to strengthen the effectiveness of our response to disaster, to improve preparedness for better rebuilding, and strategies to promote these actions. We are thinking about sharing knowledge so that the basis of all these projects is the knowledge by the population. We must include vulnerable communities. That is why our priorities are the geospatial information system, the early warning system, multi-hazard, multi-threat systems, better approach on climate change. In this, we include all our cross-cutting topics. We are proposing, or we are urging you to share these projects, the geospatial information system for the Great Caribbean to prevent disasters, bridges for inclusion in the Great Caribbean, and building capacities in early warning systems in the region. Later on, we are going to dwell on these projects, and we hope that we will be able to materialize them through your support. It is very important to highlight that we have the knowledge, we have the adequate partners, we have the experience, and with this, we are sure that we will make a difference in our region. To conclude, it is important to state that human safety or security must be resilient. This will allow us to achieve sustainable development, and this goes hand in hand with respect for human rights and human development. This is the key for a safe, resilient, and more human Caribbean. This is all. Thank you for listening.
Anna nous a présenté un film bien effrayant, mais à la fois encourageant.
We will present a video that gives us a lot of hope. Our actions are aimed at our people, and this is the approach of how we can work together, everything we can achieve together. The French say that there are always mistakes in the beginning, but we are always in the right path.
And more to come from Sophia.
Sophia
Is in charge of the Directorate for Trade and Sustainable Development, with a wealth of experience in regional trade projects. And she's going to speak with you about the activities that we can do together in the areas of tourism, trade, and commerce.
Thank you, Tricia. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to all of you. I am Safia Reed, advisor and officer in charge of the Directorate for Trade and Sustainable Development at the Association of Caribbean States. My job this morning is a very simple one. I will demonstrate to you the vision of the ACS for sustainable development in the Greater Caribbean, and more particularly, the value we seek to create for the region. So for the most part, I will be focusing on some of the projects we intend to prioritize for the following year in trade, sustainable tourism, and transport. And as I look around the room, I see some familiar faces of collaborators and partners with whom we would have worked over the past year or so. So some of the projects that I'll be presenting today would be familiar to some of you. So we would first look at the ACS plan of action, the main tenets of which would have been highlighted previously in Director Michan's intervention. We'll look more specifically, we spend more time focusing on the projects we propose to operationalize those strategic actions in the three focus areas in the plan of action. So I will jump right in to give you an overview of what the Directorate is responsible for. We are responsible for driving regional actions in these three focus areas: sustainable tourism, trade, and transport. Not only do they represent some of the broadest productive sectors in the Greater Caribbean, but there's also a natural symbiotic relationship between these three focus areas that cannot be overlooked. And so for transport, for example, is an economic sector in its own right, but so much of the connectivity is needed, transport connectivity is needed for the survival of our economies and productive sectors in general. So the ACS mandate for each specific area, I'll start with trade. We, as stipulated in the ACS convention, the key mandate for each area is as follows. For trade development, we are to support and promote access to markets regionally and globally. As it relates to transport, our primary goal is to connect the Caribbean by air and sea, focus on maritime and air connectivity, and sustainable tourism is our focus. So in response to mass tourism and the associated harmful social and environmental impact, our tourism programming really focuses on integrating the social, environmental, and economic considerations so that destination assets on which the regional tourism industry depends is preserved for more generations to come. So in developing the action plan that delivers these results, impact, and value, this just gives a representation of what exactly we are up against. What are some of the challenges to be resolved? We live in a world of cascading and interconnected challenges. And following 2 years into one of the most disruptive, unprecedented events in the world, those challenges have been exacerbated and new ones have also emerged. So as regional leaders and experts in your respective fields, you now have the opportunity to plan meaningfully, not just for economic recovery in the short and medium term, but for an enduring, sustainable socioeconomic betterment of the Greater Caribbean in the future. And this is the context in which the 6-year plan of action was developed. a direct response to some of those pressing challenges, as I mentioned. As it relates to the specific strategic actions that would fall under the purview of the Directorate for Trade and Sustainable Development, these are the overarching strategies, and in a nutshell, is really geared towards leveraging and further developing the competitive advantage of our productive sectors. So, to borrow the same metaphor as Director Mishan, this represents the dream, the goals to which we are working toward that would be operationalized through the projects that I would present in a short bit: digital transformation, MSME development, value chain development. And we'd realize that there are some strategic actions that are actually cross-cutting. So digital transformation is one area of that. In terms of transport, we focus on driving connectivity through operational efficiency, and also facilitating investment in infrastructural modernization. Sustainable tourism, we look at sustainability certification assessments and the development of niche tourism products and diversification of visitor source markets. So as I mentioned, there's a symbiotic relationship between these three focal areas, and these are some of the cross-cutting actions that we will be undertaking. So how do we intend to achieve these objectives? The ACS exists because of this shared recognition that we would otherwise be, because of the shared recognition of the membership, that partnerships and working together to solve some really big problems that would otherwise be too difficult to solve individually is the best means of advancing regional sustainable development. So this is how we intend to tip the scale in favor of our own development. And I'll dive deeper into each division of each particular project, starting with tourism. The Sustainable Tourism Zone of the Greater Caribbean Program is a fundamental centerpiece of the tourism programming of the ACS, and is formalized through a convention that incorporates sustainable development principles into the tourism planning of the Greater Caribbean countries. Establishing the goal is to establish the Greater Caribbean as the world's first sustainable tourism zone, and that will really put us at the forefront of the new era of responsible tourism. There are currently 41 destinations listed in the zone, and we're at the phase of updating the sustainable tourism indicators and reestablishing a regional steering committee and updating the website where these sustainable tourism destinations would be showcased. But all in all, the ultimate goal is really to develop a competitive, differentiated regional tourism product for our Greater Caribbean countries. Secondly, the tourism strategy is intended to serve as a system for planning and expanding sustainable tourism as a key tool for economic development, a regional framework for sustainable tourism development to be formulated via consultation and with key recommendations for product, market, and skills development for industry stakeholders. So the completion of this strategy is intended to improve the adoption of resilience practices in the industry that would be needed to handle, for example, contagion scenarios as what the stakeholders in the sector would have experienced during the pandemic, and the adoption of an integrated approach to tourism development. The strategy will also support the analysis and strengthening of the ACS Sustainable Tourism Work Program, allowing for better strategic alignment with global trends and generally yield opportunities, better, higher value opportunities for our membership. Transport connectivity is indivisible from economic activity and a good quality of life. It transcends all human activity. So this is a pretty exciting project for us, the regional ferry network. But of course, I'm sure you're all familiar with the limited intra-regional connectivity that exists in our region. So the ACS, as a region uniting the Insular Caribbean and Latin America, is well positioned to resolve this perennial transport issue in a more comprehensive way that would be less effective to resolve at a sub-regional level. So how was this addressed? We have this proposal for a ferry network. A feasibility study was completed by UN ECLAC that identified potential routes in the Eastern Caribbean. And we see this as fundamental for achieving food security as well. A recent study showed that there's an alarming rate of food insecurity in the English-speaking Caribbean. And there's also a new target agreed upon by heads of government of CARICOM to reduce the region's food import bill. So we see that enhancing regional connectivity as an essential part of achieving that goal. One of the main follow-up actions of this feasibility study is to pursue the development of this regional ferry network through a public-private partnership, which is another activity that we will be working on in the years to come. Likewise, the Maritime and Logistics Strategy is another initiative that goes a step further in providing the institutional framework needed for a seamless and efficient transport system in the Greater Caribbean. And the ultimate aim is to drive economic competitiveness by facilitating market linkages and fully realizing the opportunities for intra-regional trade. Now I will present the Digital Transformation Project, which is one of those programs that cover all three areas. It presents an opportunity to digital technologies, 4.0 technologies, really present an opportunity to reform and tap into high-value opportunities in traditional sectors. There has been a significant shift to the knowledge economy and digital modes of service delivery and digitization of business-related processes. In terms of trade, the areas of focus would be on digitization of business facilitation procedures, transport. Some of the key elements are related to creating interoperability between systems used by border control agencies and facilitating the exchange of information among them. So ultimately, we want to enhance operational procedures in the transport industry and maximize opportunities for new and niche markets in tourism that will help us to diversify, differentiate our tourism product. So these are the main outputs of the project. The main outputs of the project proposal by which we expect to study the digital transformation process in the trade, transport, and sustainable tourism sectors. This initiative, the ACS Observatory, is related to data-driven decision-making. Recognizing the importance of access to data in the formulation of appropriate policies, we prioritize research and evidence-based decision-making. And in this regard, this is one of our priority projects over the next year. It's going to be a centralized regional database that provides statistical data on focus areas under the purview of the ACS. And in the past year, we were able to make some meaningful strides towards the establishment of this observatory with technical assistance from UN ECLAC. We started a pilot focusing on trade and transport, developed a catalog of indicators and data sources, and we also had some technical consultations with CPAL-STAT to define the data governance model that would be appropriate for the ACS and the technical specifications for a suitable platform for the observatory. So we're at the phase now of defining, we're still at the stage of defining the data governance model and the technical specifications for the platform that would have to be designed and hosted on the ACS website. This final project, I saved the best for last, and I say the best because I think MSMEs are so important to our quality of life. It's really difficult to imagine life without them, and they generate over 50% of employment in our region. So this project was recently approved for funding by the IDB under the request for public goods in May 2022. And we are currently in the project design stage. It was awarding $720,000 in funding for these 6 beneficiary countries. And it really focuses on strengthening value chains in 3 target sectors: agribusiness, community-based tourism, and the creative industries. And we are also working with small business development centers in those beneficiary countries and establishing a regional network among them. So we're really excited to start. We are, as I said, in the project design stage and should start sometime in January 2023, next year. And we would love to have more countries come on board. But what I want to highlight here is some of the limitations we have in having such a wide, diverse membership. Is when we receive funding, most times not all the members are covered, because in this particular case, only ACS member states that are borrowing member countries of the IDB would be covered. So the doors are open, of course, for co-financing for countries and any other partner that would be interested in collaborating with us on this project. So we are just about to kick off in January. So that's basically the picture of the value we want to create for our membership. Thank you so much for your attention. And if you have any questions, feel free to engage with me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much, Sophia. Without telling tales out of school, this morning's meeting between our chair, the president of Cuba, the secretary general, struck me because there was repetition by each of the participants of 3 words. Apart from solidarity, which is part of how we function, our modus operandus, each of them mentioned 3 words: cooperation, innovation, complementarity. And I think what was just presented illustrates how that comes to life, how that is practically mobilized through projects that add value, through projects that allow you to see where the gaps are and how you all together can facilitate the filling of those gaps. Very practically, how do we cover our non-borrowing member countries as we try to transform a region through digitalization in an era of knowledge? I want to thank our panelists for their presentations, and we are just a bit behind schedule, so we will start immediately with the 4th panel, Cooperation in Action and its Impacts. Tenemos un panel muy dinámico.
We have a very dynamic panel, so I invite Foreign Minister Mario Bucaro Flores, then Dr. Laura Elena Carrillo Cubillas, Mr. Juan Garay, Dr. Jose Luis Juanes, and Dr. Yeon Shang to please take seats in the podium. Share.
While they're taking the stage, if someone can alert Minister Bukaro. Let me start by introducing you. He's a graduate of the Faculty of Geography at the University of Havana, and he has dedicated his professional career to the study of coastal processes and the investigation of erosion processes on the beaches of Cuba and, in the context of the ACS, the entire Caribbean. He's a very familiar face at the ACS Secretariat, and I suspect in many of our member states. Minister Bukara, yes. Dr. Yang Chang has a PhD in coastal and oceanographic engineering and a Master of Science in Oceanography, and he's the principal research scientist at the Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology. Welcome. So you have two highly accredited academics on our floor this morning. Minister Bukaro, you all know, a career diplomat, an attorney at law, an ambassador in the past and present to all of us, and the current chair of our ministerial council. Dr. Wangari is here. And Laura is a California graduate. She holds a bachelor's degree in communication and education, a master's degree in history and sustainable development, and a PhD in regional development. She has been in the service of the integral development of the family of Mexico City, coordinating the Talented Children Program, and is a researcher and teacher at the elementary, middle, and high school levels. Thank you so much for joining us all. I believe we will start with Minister Bukaro.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Trisha. Bueno, voy a conducir.
Well, I'm going to make my presentation in Spanish, but I would like you to reflect on why are we here. In my original speech, I spoke about the term unity and hope. When we heard Anna's presentation regarding disaster, this is not something that is yet to happen. It is already happening. We see that sisters and brothers from our countries are suffering the consequences of climate change, and we must provide, as actors of a fully globalized world and hyper-connected world. Imagine the representation we have in this same room and how each and every one of us can contribute. Some or one of the elements that I have learned in ACS is the term solidarity, and how Caribbean people have always shown solidarity. We all know the great efforts made by Cuba with its humanitarian medical brigades in difficult times. But we were also talking with the ambassador about the Cuban medical brigades in Italy at the time of the COVID pandemic. With that bravery and willingness, the example provided by the Cuban doctors that came to Italy at the worst of peak of the pandemic is that we all need to act. And many multilateral and regional agencies, but it will be very difficult to find a plan of action like the 6-year plan of action that we have with specific projects for today, not for tomorrow. Things that we can combine with what we have already achieved. Imagine 25 countries and 10 observer countries, totaling 35. I'm an admirer of a very beautiful program that is Youth Building the Future and Sowing Life in Mexico, where I was ambassador till very recently. A program that not only transforms the life of youth, but also the reforestation of the biodiversity. Guatemala is extremely grateful to Mexico and to Laura Elena's contribution. So the question is, what are we doing here? Are we coming to greet like this or like this? This is the contribution that we bring to this project and how we can add. That is why I have the honor to present the Guatemala's proposal. The international cooperation offer for 2020-2021. It is very important to highlight that this is an exercise that we have been able to do it because the vision of our Secretary General is that each of the members of the country should increase South-South cooperation in a cross-cutting manner to boost resilience. We have to work together, contribute with the best we have so that we can develop this catalog. We have a Spanish and English version, and it is based in very important principles like resilience, sustainability, and coverage of all the different projects that we have been able to implement. I highlight this because this is in line with the SDGs. Now, the question is the following. When we developed the 2030 agenda, did we have the COVID-19 pandemic, or did we have an idea that we would have this pandemic? Did we think that the world would be at the brink of war? The answer is no. And when we established the relation of what climate change would be, we thought that we would reach the COP27 without an agreement like we have reached. No. Well, our plan contemplated all this because it was drafted during the COVID time, the post-COVID time, and take into consideration the needs of each and every country. That is why for us it is fundamental to have all the environmental elements and practices that we have aligned on the basis of our plan of action. As governments, we need to align our budgets, our infrastructure, our elements to contribute to the plan of action. That is what we are doing. What can each and everyone can contribute on the basis of a structured budget for the benefit of the Great Caribbean. In this same context, we have not only systematized this, but we know which institution is responsible or accountable and what geographical area can it cover in line with the 2030 agenda. We have also an implementation plan to develop all these goals. It is also fundamental to think that each of the examples that we have developed as a country must have goals, targets, and indicators of a national development agenda. There is a fundamental principle, the principle of shared responsibility. This is a principle that should have a differentiated factor because as we understand, in the next 2 years and a half, we will have a series of cyclical issues that we will have to face. That is why the evaluation or assessment of the plan is every 2 years on the basis of proposals included in this catalog. On this basis, I want to say that Guatemala is not only committed to integration, we believe we are Central Americans and Caribbean, and we can support the efforts of the General Secretary with tangible action. So I preside this marvelous organization together with Mexico, but I think never before had we been so aware of our reality, nor had we the structure to change the dynamic of the region. The ACS is not a forum for infrastructure, but for contribution and cooperation. We have our venue in Trinidad and Tobago, and we have a wonderful team there. But today we have to support all the efforts in the most tangible manner possible. And that is why we want to give you examples of what we are doing so that other countries join in, and together we can attain the resilience that we need for all our citizens. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, canciller. Yo tengo que pedir disculpas. Olvidé a llamar al podo mi amigo Fabricio, el embajador. No me mata, por favor, que se junta a nosotros. El embajador Nicoletti es el embajador en Panamá.
He's ambassador of Panama to Italy, and he has held important posts all over the world. Evidently, his preferred post should have been in Latin America. Now I invite Mr. Yan to take the floor.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, I am very much honored, and also, of course, I'm very pleased to be here to participate the 6th ACS Cooperation Conference. Today, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Today, I am going to make a short presentation about the outcomes of a project, which is about the building a video monitoring system to watch over a beach erosion process, specifically in the Hershaya Beach of Jamaica. And this project is supported by the KOICA, Korea International Cooperation Agency, and I am Yeon Chang from Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology. Sorry, I forgot where I am from. So like today I will start the background and the goals of the project. Then of course I will talk about the outcomes of the project, which is the establishment of the video monitoring system. And I will show you some result, and also some result of the project promotions. And based on the experience, I will suggest some risk management plans if we plan for the next stage of the project. Then we'll conclude with some proposals. Okay, for the background. So this project is established as one component of the main project, which will be introduced by Dr. Juanes after me. Um, and then he was supposed to talk before me, but I don't know why I'm go first. But anyway, so like this is a part of this main project, and this project is actually focused on a very specific site, which is the Hershire Beach of the Jamaica or Jamaica. And the Hershire Beach is chosen because of its very popular, because of its popularity, because of its location. Many residents and weekend visitors from Kingston visited for to enjoy the beach. As you know, Kingston is the capital city of Jamaica. However, there was a severe erosion occurred when the Hurricane Dean attacked the site in 2007. And actually the beach, the sandy beach, was protected by the coral reefs located in front of the beach. But when the Hurricane Dean attacked the beach, the coral reefs was destroyed. And since that time, the beach could not be protected by the reefs anymore. So the erosion was occurred very severely after that time. So maybe this is the shoreline, the beaches at the before the hurricane, and you see the almost all the sand was gone after the hurricane. So the goal of this project is like we try to establish the a video we call that a video monitoring system in the Hershire Beach. And what you see here is exactly same system installed in the East Sea coast of the East Sea coast of the Korean Peninsula. And this system is composed of a set of cameras and computers and softwares and an internet system to send the data. And we actually first we construct a 30-meter high metal tower, and at the top of the tower we set the video system, and basically each camera measures the beach status, and the software, the computer combined the system to show you, to give you the data of the beach status at the present time. And actually, the benefit of this system is when it can provide the data for a long time. So maybe you can observe the variation of the beach status for a long time, and the main purpose of this system is to analyze and understand the causes of the erosion by monitoring the status of the beaches, and therefore we can set up. In Korea, actually, we have this system for about 40 beaches. So like every year we analyze the data, and we use these data to set up a protection and conservation plan for these beaches. So we desire the same process can be established. Same plans can be established in the Hershire Beach as well. So this is like some results in Korea. So as you see, like there's you see the shoreline is like sometimes it's eroded and sometimes it's like recovered. So it is repeated naturally. But when the disaster storms attacks, then it may cause very unrecoverable damages. Okay? And especially in these days, because of the climate change, these kind of damages has been observed to be more severe. Okay? And also This is a very interesting movie. It's also why we observe this erosion at this specific location, as you see, and behind this area, you see there's a coastal structure. We call that a revetment. And when there's a big storm, after the erosion, when there's a big storm attacks, the coastal structure was damaged and actually destructed. So using this system, we observe this phenomena, and we try to understand why this happens. And actually, this result was published in the one academic international journal. So this year we finally successfully established the system in the Hershaya Beach. We have the same one tower here, and actually we try to observe this side. This is the Hershaya Beach, and this is the north part of the beach. And we can monitor the beach variation at two sides. But however, according to the initial plan, this project was started at 2018, and according to the initial plan, this system should be built in 2020, but unfortunately, we all know that because of the COVID-19, the whole procedure has been delayed, and we just barely finished the construction this year, July. So I was supposed to show you very good data and results, but I only have several months data. Okay. So this is how we did in the Hershaya Beach. We set a construction company in Jamaica, they construct this tower, and at the top of the tower, and also we have a pole to increase the coverage range. So at the top of the tower, the same thing, we established the cameras, and this picture shows you when we did the construction. So it's basically the same. We have total 7 cameras, and these 7 cameras, each camera has their own coverage to monitor the long-term variation. And the software, the computers combine the images and actually the movies into one combined movie. So we can. This is the picture of the shoreline of the Hershaya Beach at the July, just after we finished the construction. And every day, actually, we can get the data every day. But this is the data at August, September, and we have the data until October now. Also, we can measure, we can observe the northern part, so the away area. So when something happens to this site, maybe we can observe and we can understand to find out the protection plans as well. So again, this is all the data we have now. So maybe we hope to show you more data and more some more impressive data later on if we have chance. And also this is just some promotion events that for example, at the year of the starting year when this project was initiated at 2018, there was a big international coastal symposium was held in Busan, Korea. So we invited the participants from the ACS and to promote about this project. And also we did another similar thing at the Baltimore and USA at the same year. And since then, again, unfortunately, we could not have any chances for the promotion at the conference because of the COVID-19. But next month in December, early December, we will have the next international conference on coastal engineering at Sydney, Australia, at early December. So like we plan some delegations from the ACS, and maybe Dr. Juanes will make a presentation about the outcomes of the project. So like again, like what we learn from this project is like nobody expected about the COVID-19, but we just have to consider what we, okay, this happens, the accident happens, but what we did was just proper, or we acted back properly. But so we have to learn from what happened. And if we have another chance for this project, then maybe I just suggest about the risk management plan. And when considering about the ACS, as you know, like ACS is like consists of many member states. So like if we plan to have another like a project like this, then like we need, maybe it is required, it is necessary to have like one channel, like to exclusively administer the project, so, and unify the communications. And also when we have some another unexpected accident, then we can, when we have one channel, then we can deal with the accident more efficiently and maybe more effectively. So the final slide is like proposal, like if we, like I believe like the second phase of this project is very important and maybe very useful and very beneficial for ACS. So if when we plan and when you plan the details of this project, then maybe comparing to the first phase, maybe we can increase more like manpower exchange and increasing education programs, and we can it may be necessary to provide more opportunities for the education. And the last one is like, this is my idea about the video monitoring system. For this project, we only have one system in the one beach. And for this, we need to set up a constructor's 30-meter high metal tower. But if the beach that has erosion, but around this beach, if they have like hotels like with high tower like buildings, then we can use the top of this tower, these buildings, so we don't have to construct the metal tower. Then we can set up this system at more beaches with less cost. So this is my like proposal for the next proposal. And thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cha. I'm so sorry for calling you out of turn. I made the gentleman forget his name, but the presentation, as you can see, was very worthwhile. We'll return to the originally scheduled sequence of events, and I'd like to invite Dr. Laura Elena Carrillo Cobillas, Executive Director of AMEXID, the Mexican Cooperation Strategies for Development in the Caribbean. This is a very special guest for us. AMEXID is one of the most active institutional partners of the ACS over the years. So we are very pleased that you're joining us, please.
Thank you. Good day to you all. And I wish to express my gratitude to the association for giving me a chance to say a few words today on behalf of my country, Mexico. And now I will switch to Spanish. Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon. It is an honor for me to be present here in the 6th Conference on International Cooperation of the ACS, because it is an event that supports our bonds of friendship, integration, and of course, cooperation, uniting the whole region. On behalf of Mexico, I will greet with great affection all the Cuban representatives as hosts of this international meeting, and also the representative of Guatemala as the pro tempore president, and Foreign Minister Bucaro, and the highest authorities of this organization. Very warm greetings to the Secretary General, of course. I thank this opportunity to welcome a wonderful initiative that enable us to be together to define the course of orientation of our cooperation efforts in the Greater Caribbean with the presentation of the plan of action, including the priorities identified for the work of the organization and also the projects that could lead to a successful cooperation. LAMEXI has the mandate of coordinating international cooperation of Mexico to promote sustainable development, eradication of poverty, and inequality in the region. That is why for our government headed by Manuel López Obrador, international cooperation has a key role in our foreign policy, particularly towards the Caribbean as a priority region for our country. We are also part of the Caribbean. Thus, the cooperation strategies in Mexico are looking for development in areas of common interest, the search for solutions in food and agriculture, local development, health, maritime transportation, the management of disaster risk and the environment, community development at the bilateral and regional levels, such as the Association of Caribbean States. Mexico has contributed to the sargassum and microplastics researches. We join our efforts to meet the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly those linked to the protection of ecosystems, and particularly the maritime ecosystems. Mexico is looking for the opportunity to participate in the updating of the document on the definition of the Caribbean Sea as a special zone, incorporating legal frameworks, financial and environmental topics, such as in the midterm, we could have a regime ensuring the preservation and restoration of our common sea. For the Mexican government and the Foreign Minister Marcelo Ebrard, it is indispensable to ensure cooperation in the Caribbean, since this is seen as a priority region by my country. I will very briefly speak about the scope of international cooperation, the way we are establishing it from Mexico, which is about a very close relationship not only among governments, but also involving persons, involving citizens of each country, and of course, the private initiatives and the academy. With Cuba as the venue of this international conference, we have implemented cooperation projects in energy, mining, health, pharmaceuticals, but particularly we have found that we can shape up a model design for Cuba of a project already mentioned by Foreign Minister Bucaro, with very successful results in Mexico, as we have seen in the last few years, which is planting lives. This is about a project on which we are working right here, having to do with the direct transfer of inputs between Mexico and the beneficiaries, persons who are working directly in the countryside with the land, so we can exactly know what is really needed, how to help, and how to generate a development from the countryside to the rest of the nation, thus ensuring food independence in the island. I believe this is a project that could be a very good example of the way in which we can work in the whole Caribbean, also in the whole region, Central America and South America. This is what Mexico knows how to do. This is what we want to share with the midterm and long-term results. And I would like to reiterate our satisfaction for being here in this beautiful country. I thank you for the hospitality of our hosts. Thanks to the association, and I wish this to be a fruitful meeting for all member countries. I reiterate that Mexico is a firm partner in the search for the well-being and the sustainable development of the region. Thank you.
Doctora, muchas
Doctor, thank you very much. As you can see, the title of this part of our agenda is Cooperation and Action. And we could listen from all speakers that for us, South-South cooperation, but also the triangular cooperation and North-South cooperation are modalities that are all welcome. We can only do that if we share the best of ourselves. I mean, the best that we have. I invite Ambassador Fabrizio Nicoletti to take the floor. Thank you.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon to everyone. First of all, be quiet. Ambassadors never kill.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much for listening to me. It is to me, as an Italian citizen, is a tremendous pleasure to be here in Cuba. This is a dream for all Italians. It is also an honor, of course, to be here and address this conference. It is very, very important conference. So I convey my greetings to the president of the ACS, the secretary general, the foreign ministries, ministers, and all authorities, all our friends joining us here. I am not here as an ambassador to Panama. I am here as an Italian ambassador to the ACS. And it is true that I live in Panama. After all, I have the text here in English, so I will switch into English. But first of all, I would like to say that
COP27, which is ongoing now, in Sharm el-Sheikh, where the government of Italy reaffirmed its commitments. Moreover, not only during the COP27, but also in Buenos Aires last October, both on the occasion of the 39th session of the UN Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, and of the third meeting of CELAC-EU foreign ministers. The importance of multilateralism and sustainable development was reiterated by several voices, and obviously also by the Italian side. As our Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni said in Sharm el-Sheikh, we are at a decisive moment in the fight against climate change, and we are all called upon to make deeper and faster efforts to protect our planet. And dear delegates, today my intervention is dedicated to the geospatial cooperation of the European Union. And I'm not ambassador of the European Union, but still, being Italy a member who founded the European Union. It was created in Rome with the Treaty of Rome. It's also an honor for me to speak on behalf of the European Union. And I think it's necessary to spend just a couple of minutes to present the European framework in space-related matters, which is a bit complicated, as well as the Copernicus program, which is Copernicus' Earth observation. The European Commission, made up of 27 member states, establishes and finances major programs, including those related to environment, sustainability, and space sectors. In this last sector, space sector, at European Commission level, the main bodies are JCR and DG DEFIS. JCR is the European Commission's Science and Knowledge Service, providing scientific evidence. And DG DEFIS is in charge of implementing the EU space program. The main three are Copernicus, Galileo, and IGNOS, the European Geostationary Navigation Overlay Services. So now let's go more deeper in the EU space program. We all know that space technology, data, and services have become indispensable nowadays. Mobile phones, GPS, car navigation systems, satellite TV, withdrawing money from an ATM machine, all depends on satellites. And satellites also provide immediate information when disasters occur, such as earthquakes, forest fires, floods, enabling better coordination between emergency and rescue teams. And as the space sector is going through massive transformation and rapid industrialization at a global level, EU space policy constantly evolves and adapts to this fast-paced ecosystem in order to meet today's challenges and to anticipate the needs of tomorrow. And the European Union space policy actively contributes to fighting climate change, stimulates technological advances and innovation, and provides socio-economic benefits to citizens. And the new space program of the EU adopted to 2021, sets an ambitious agenda for a more dynamic, innovative, resilient space ecosystem, investing in Europe's sovereign space infrastructure and supporting a wide array of economic sectors through downstream applications using space technologies, data, and services. Just a few examples: increase efficiency in agriculture and fisheries, digital connectivity, crisis response, increasing security, improving citizens' health through remote medical support, optimizing and greening transport, protecting the environment and fighting climate change. So, and the European Union also has a new dedicated agency called EUSPA, based in Prague, Czech Republic, which manages public interests related to most of space programs. And finally, the implementing agency of the European Spatial Products is ESA, the European Space Agency, which, within many activities and thanks to its capacity, know-how, and expertise, protects our environment in terms of weather and climate to remain connected to the main subject of today's conference. The European Space Agency is made out of 22 member states, a composition that reflects only partially the composition of the EU, 27. And also Switzerland, Norway, and the United Kingdom, which are not part of the EU, are members of ESA. It is therefore evident that only 19 member states of ESA, EUSPA, and EU are those that participate in the decision process of the EU space program. And among the states, there is not the UK, which decided to leave the EU after the Brexit referendum. And just to give you a brief example of the consequence in this sector of the Brexit, the European Centre for Medium Weather Forecast, which was based in Reading, near London, now maintain in the UK only its legal headquarters, but operative center moved to another EU member state, and being its other center now based in Bologna, in Italy. Now, going to the key point after this long presentation, who are the beneficiaries of the European Space Program? Only Europe, states and its citizens? The answer, of course, is no. As a matter of fact, not only European countries and citizens, but also international institutions and organizations can benefit, as well as user application-related media channels, and of course, all human beings. So now, moving from space to this conference, the message I wish to emphasize is that the European Union has vision, financial resources, capacity to design and build spatial tools and solutions for Earth observation, but also has, and above all, has the will to share its know-how with partners and friends among the international community. Renew the partnership between Europe and Latin America and the Caribbean, and put it at the service of peace and sustainable development, indicating among the lines of action the definition of an alliance around shared priorities, including ecological energy transition, the revolutionary digital, economic development, and the fight against climate change, electronic services, and product for terrestrial observation. In this perspective, and considering the great benefits that the European Copernicus program can bring to the Caribbean region, As Italy, we offer a workshop dedicated to Copernicus and its application, carried out 2 weeks ago in Panama, where the European Commission decides to establish the Copernicus Regional Data Center. And the workshop has been realized in collaboration with the European Union Commission and ECO Office in the framework of the Partnership Agreement for Copernicus Uptake. And it was dedicated to the emergency risk management and vulnerability analysis in Panama and the Caribbean region, and ACS was there, that framework workshop. This was a first robust and solid step toward a cooperation between Italy, the European Union, and Caribbean region in this vital subject. There is more formal collaboration, of course, and later in the day, during the conference, we will listen to what we do together as Italian Republic with the Italian Latin America Institute and with the EU in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we really want to expand our cooperation also here to the great Caribbean region. Unfortunately, we all know that the greater Caribbean region, due to its unique geography, is vulnerable and exposed to natural disasters such as earthquakes, floods, drought, and of course, storms and hurricanes. And we all know that due to the climate change, the frequency and intensity of natural phenomena dramatically increased. These extreme events are occurring at a faster rate than the capacity of recuperation of country, a single country, normally. And the solution, as discussed in the recent COP27, is the introduction of mitigation adaptation measures. Two sides of the same coin. But while the whole international community will work together, and Italy is providing its fair share to finally win our fates against the global threat, we need to prevent and protect territories and people. And of course, it's impossible to manage absolute prevention or absolute protection against disaster from natural origins, but deep investigation through satellite monitoring could enable authorities in managing and reducing existing and emerging risks, supporting flood hazard, exposure, vulnerability modeling at local and regional levels or at national level. In this context, and with the final goal of mitigation adaptation to hazards, the major effort to be made in the near future is the automation and development of model-driven approaches based on a deep understanding of the system and processes in support of operational services related to the prevention and management of risk and sustainability to the planet and emergency management. And disaster risk management through the construction of a comprehensive platform to support vulnerability reduction can help to build resilience into the Caribbean region. In order to do that, it is crucial to integrate social, physical, operational, economic, and ecological loss estimations. And in this framework, Copernicus can play a crucial role, being the most ambitious Earth observation program to date. It is coordinated and managed for the European Commission and includes worldwide coverage services like atmosphere, marine, land, climate change, security, and emergency. And by the use of its services, the new regional platform could be improved to facing a range of challenges like increased hurricane and flood risk, human exploitation, loss of ecosystem services. Without going deep into technical aspects, even both the Embassy of Italy and the people from Copernicus back in Europe are ready to give you all the details you may need. So let me just recall what can be some of the expected results and impacts of using Copernicus application solutions. And in this way, countries will have holistic, multidimensional vulnerability assessment obtained with the integration of Earth observation products, map indicators of integrated ecosystem and vulnerability by applying different types of vulnerability itself, socioeconomical environment on inland and coastal areas, increased capacity in ecosystem mapping and associated vulnerability and susceptibility assessment, to further be incorporated into spatial information system to inform planning and development processes, and strengthen local disaster management structures and capacity in terms of tools and best practice to support comprehensive disaster risk management. In other words, Copernicus tackles all the big priorities or challenges which the Secretary General Sabonke in his intervention at the beginning quoted: protection of the Caribbean Sea, disaster risk prevention and management, economic development, sustainable tourism. Copernicus is the key. Let me concluding my long intervention by recalling that as far as Earth observation is concerned, both European Union and ESA need the expertise of each national system to reach out not only government and international organizations, but also down to the people, to the common people. As we must never forget this, the dream of space collaboration is for the benefit of the humanity. And also, when we talk about the Italian national space and risk management system, we are talking about a huge expertise and about a country deeply committed with EU and UN goals. Italy, as you know, has a new government. And we are so proud to have a woman, for the first time ever in the history of Italy, as our Prime Minister. And with the same proudness, we are aware that Italy, back in the years, and soon after the Soviet Union and the United States, was the first country in the world to design, build, launch a satellite in the space. Since then, Italy is at the absolute forefront in services that space cooperation can offer. It's not written here, but I just want to add one small comment. I took as a great homage to my country the images were shown about the running of the years in the history of the Earth. There were images of the Roman Empire, and obviously that's Rome. And there was, and the second image was about the discovery of America, Cristobal Colon, which bring the Spanish here and then started the colonization, exploitation, and so on. But the idea to reach this part of the world, to connect all the world, it was from Cristobal Colon, but it was not Spanish, it was an Italian. Cristoforo Colombo. So the job they did the others, but the idea, connectivity, was an Italian idea. So thank you very much for that image. And again, about Italy, I was talking about space, but not only the Roman Empire, which was characterized by roads, connectivity, not only Cristoforo Colombo, connectivity, but the first university in the history, in the world, was in Bologna, Italy. The first not religious university in the world was in Padua, Italy. The first ever university to accept a woman as a student was again Padua in Italy. The first university in the world to have a professor, a woman, a lady as a professor, was Bologna, Italy. Why I'm saying this? Because from the very beginning, my country and our culture means sharing values. This is the message. It's not a coincidence Cristobal Colon, which is Cristoforo Colombo, was an Italian. Okay? This is what I would like to underline. So, in conclusion, while thanking for your attention, Italy is keen to collaborate with ACS and its membership for a better future. Grazie.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. So from space, we go back to the seas. And last but not least at all, I'd like to invite Dr. Jose Luis Juanes, senior researcher, to present for us the impact of climate change on the sandy coasts. You would have heard it time and time again that this, what we call fondly the Sandy Shorelines Project, is an important one for the ACS, but more importantly, it's an important one for our survival as a region, addressing these shores washed by that sea. that is the source of our very identity.
Gracias.
Thank you. Well, the time has come to look at a much more concrete example of what climate change means in the coastal areas. This project, run by the ACS, was conceived in 2017 under, because of the COVID, we had to postpone it. The date of conclusion is now set in 2023. It has been financed by the Cooperation Agency of South Korea. This presentation is being made on behalf of the colleagues of the ACS, the focal points of the countries participating in the project, and of course, colleague calling Peter Jack, which is the project manager, and myself, which is the technical coordinator of the whole project. The first I would say here is that you all know that during the last few decades, the activity of tourism, sun and beach tourism, has been essential for the economy of the greater Caribbean countries, particularly in island states. This is something we all know of. It is not necessary to resort to figures, but there has also been an intensification of erosion in our shorelines. This picture speaks about the impact of this progressive erosion project on the development of tourism. That is why that during the symposium organized for the Caribbean Sea in 2015, several environmental issues were addressed, and coastal erosion was one of those three big topics that were discussed there. At that conference, we came up with the proposal of implementing this project that has been that is being conducted here. The project finally was approved at the Summit of Heads of State and Government in Havana in 2016. And on September of that same year, we had a cooperation agreement between COICA and the ACS for the development of the project. So, with the information available about the researchers in the region, we realized that erosion was not exclusive to certain beach resorts. It was a generalized phenomenon. Here you can see some of the pictures. Unfortunately, this was a picture of an effect on an important beach resort of the region, but these were taken in regions where there had been no anthropic actions. This shows that we were already suspecting the possible impact of climate change. And I mentioned this phrase, climate change. I am not speaking about the rise in sea level, which we could discuss further on. So the general purpose of the project was to contribute to define and implement the best practices for the preservation and rehabilitation of beaches against the climate change impact in the Caribbean. That's the origin of the concept of the project, to assess the impact of climate change. The project has been based on 6 fundamental pillars. First, the establishment of a focal point network to work on capacity building, to establish, of course, a monitoring network to obtain accurate information about the intensity of the process of erosion. This was essential. And of course, We did that following a standardized methodology for all countries. We define the preparation of 3 beach rehabilitation projects. Taking concrete examples of priority regions in for the recovery of beaches. We conceived the drafting of a manual for beach rehabilitation. There are many in the world, but this one was conceived to look at the peculiarities of the Caribbean region, which are quite different from other parts of the world. And finally, to hold a conference scheduled for June next year, to discuss all the results of the project. Very quickly, I will show you some of the results, the most important results achieved so far. First, the first component, these are the 9 participating countries and the focal points in each country, the institutions that are working as focal points. In this same first component, our purpose was to discuss a national plan. We drafted a methodology so that each country had a program of its own. So we are working not only with focal points, but also with the coordination of all the entities associated to this project. We established the work methodologies for the monitoring network as well as for the analysis of the erosion evidence in the shoreline. And a final component of this first stage was the acquisition of equipment. We got some financing to help countries to acquire specific equipment for the monitoring of our work. In the component number 2, I already showed some images of the participation of Caribbean at the Busan International Symposium, which included a visit to the Science and Technology Institute of South Korea. This was a very fruitful visit, and we have implemented as many as 4 postgraduate course and some training in sedimentology with around some 80 specialists from the Caribbean. In component number 3, the regional monitoring network, as I said, all countries were practicing all the network. An example of that is Trinidad and Tobago. These are the maps indicating the location of the stations. This is the country with the highest number of stations incorporated into the network. Dr. Chan gave a very good explanation of the use of video cameras, a project that is very active in Jamaica as from July this year, and I will not further elaborate on that. Perhaps the most expected component is the one having to do with the preparation of the 3 executive projects. We are speaking about field work, including an important number of specialists, vessels, equipment. This is a very important field work in order to get to know the characteristics of the coastal processes of the selected sites, and in order to draft the concrete proposals of solutions. We have worked on 3 different places. The places were selected based on the proposals made on the 3 countries, and there is an advisory team of the project evaluating the 3 possible sites where the project should be implemented. One is in Panama, another is in Trinidad and Tobago, and the third in Antigua and Barbuda. What can we say about these projects? These are not mere coastal engineering projects. These are projects conceived with a scientific basis. This is just the content of them. There's no time to elaborate on these, but first of all, there is a chapter for the physical and geographical characterization of the sites, including a series of aspects, including the mathematical modeling of the dynamic processes of the sediments transportation. Only on the basis of those results did we suggest projects for the recovery and rehabilitation of beaches, including short-term and medium and long-term measures. I mean, the results of the research comes up with the proposals for solution strategy, and then we went into a design of the protection of these sites. In this particular project in Trinidad and Tobago, one of the actions to be adopted was the implementation of the artificial sand feeding in the beaches. Then there is a report including an assessment of the expected effectiveness of the project, the execution of the work, the technology required, a program, I mean, the costs of the whole work, a program for the monitoring of the project, and an evaluation of the environmental impact. Although these kind of projects requires always a parallel evaluation based on the regulations of each and every country. The report also includes the analysis of a possible environmental impact. In the component number fifth and component number 6, we included the essential topics. And in this case, I mean, these are the pending tasks. There is a team of 4 specialists, an advisory technical group in charge of drafting the manual as well as the preparation of the conference. As has been said by Dr. Shang, the intention is to continue with this project, and these are the possible new things about each component. This is an aspiration of the ACS to incorporate a greater number of countries to build a huge network covering the whole Caribbean, to take the courses and training to the countries, and involving the universities to expand the monitoring network, to expand the number of executive projects and include 4 beaches demanding an urgent project, the updating of the rehabilitation manual to continuously reflect the results of the project, and finally, if everything goes on well, to hold a conference, which would be the proper framework for the analysis and discussion of the results of the project. Very quickly, I will show you these images. Usually, everybody here knows that the Varadero Beach is the main touristic resort in Cuba. Is 20 kilometers long beach resort. Please do not miss the opportunity of visiting Varadero today, but not as it was back then. These are pictures taken in the 1980s and the effect of Hurricane Lily in 1996. There were very serious damages caused on the hotel infrastructure. We are speaking about the best beach in Cuba. So, based on the scientific research, as I have explained, in Cuba, we decided to adopt 4 major measures to cope with erosion. As from 1981, we totally suspended the mining of sea sand in Varadero. We usually extracted sand from the very beach. We prevented the construction of new hotels as from 1987 the way it was done. We managed to recover the original dune of the beach. As you can see here in the picture, hurricanes have not caused absolutely no direct damage on these facilities. This picture is taken in Iberostar, one of the best marketed hotels in Varadero. And you can see that the beach can be accessed through sort of a catwalk just for the protection of the shoreline. So we prevented sand mining, and we redesigned the sites for the construction of the hotels. And the results of the scientific research showed that Veradero was losing around 50,000 cubic meters of sand every year. But as from 1987, we have dumped more than 3.4 cubic million cubic meters of sand into the beach. We managed to recover the original dune, but we had to demolish the original facilities that were close to the shore. This is a very good illustration of what I'm saying. This is a picture of a demolition of the facility close to the shoreline. This is the area where the Herradura Hotel was located. This is Varadero today. And according to TripAdvisor, by May 2022, Varadero was considered the second best beach in the world. Varadero has always been included among the 10 best beaches of the world. But the most important thing is that it is the only one with a specific reference with regards to the environmental status of the beach. And we thank you, and this is the slogan of our conference, Science and Technology for the Protection of Caribbean Beaches and against Climate Change. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I know that I am standing between you and lunch. So given the time, we think it is wise to move on and break for lunch, and we will find some time for questions and answers later. I just wanted to say that this is where science and policies meet. I think that this panel clearly illustrates that when politicians and scientists meet, we can make a difference for the sakes of our planet and our people. And I heard an invitation, and I understood that after lunch we're traveling to Varadero. Well, bon appetit.
Delegations buffet is on the second floor, and please, heads of delegation, you're invited to a lunch hosted by Cuba on the 6th floor. One more reminder, please, ladies and gentlemen. Lunch is served on the second floor for the delegations and on the sixth floor for the heads of delegations. Please, if we could all be seated here again at 1:30 p.m. Por favor, el almuerzo sería de 1 hora, de 12:30 hasta el 13:30. Por favor, que nos encontremos de nuevo aquí a las 13:30.
Gracias. Yo lo iba a decir.
Buenos días, memorables. Realmente. No, pero es más, ¿verdad? Y no te das cuenta porque la idea es pero los partidos, todos los partidos, los partidos no sabían que era no, pero tú sabes que se tomaban dos. Como odio se tomaban dos. Pero de los cócteles no se hacía Voy a probar ahí como sabe funciona. Sí, vamos a poner la primera. Acuérdate que a la primera que es la presentación. Puede ser de ahí. A no ser que ahí sale, déjame ver. Déjame probar a ver. ¿Dónde está el...? ¿Eh? ¿Está ahí?
¿Dónde se pasa?
Sí, pero ponlo en la copita. A ver. ¿Ya apuntando para ti? Vamos a apuntar.
Ya. Donde quieras.
Perfecto.
Viste, él trabaja lo que tiene, él trabaja lo que tiene, las personas que cuando vengan a tocar lo que tienen que tocar es la puntica.
Es una puntica, compadre.
Porque abajo es otra cosa.
Perfecto. Perfecto.
Ah, sí, claro, perfecto.
Oye, perfecto, hermano. Ven acá, ven acá. Participa conmigo aquí, ven. Porque eso para mañana. No es para hoy.
Sí, yo sé. ¿Cómo va todo? Esto es de mañana, correcto. ¿Cómo? No lo entiendo. Pero esto es la suya de mañana.
Sí.
Perfecto.
Oye, quítala para no poner el video. Quita. Ya, gracias.
Ya, porque está regalando la premisa de mañana.
Sí.
Entonces, ¿qué hacemos con la Ya, fíjate todo.
Ya la tenemos aquí. Sí, si quieres. No, vamos a ver. Ahora el 5. Sí, es que
That was the last speaker. And then he adjusted the plan.
¿Quieres que la revisemos? Podría abrir la del Ramón Alex. Podría abrir la de Ramón Alex.
Pienso que no va a ser. Creo que ya poner esta directamente. Porque no. Sí, sí, esa no.
Ah, ok. ¿Esta no? No.
A ver, tiene que cambiar, no se cambia, es aquí, donde está esta flechita, no acabo. Es la puerta, ¿qué pasa, tío? Están haciendo hacia adelante y hacia sí, hacia abajo, bajando aquí. Vamos a bajar la presentación que apunta acá. Aquí mira atrás y abajo. Bajo presentación.
Deja que abran la anterior. Esta capela no de arriba, pero muy cool.
No, I think I'm gonna say right.
¿Seguro que es eso?
Sí, sí, puede abrir.
Y elimino la otra entonces.
Sí, por favor. Ahí.
Perfecto, eso entonces. Espérate, no me toques, no me toques. Arriba, siempre le da un tiempo, en el cambio. Para que caiga. No es porque es rápido, taca, tiene un tiempecito. 2 veces le pasó más, que da un chance, suave. Por eso hay un proceso que tiene que tener imagen, pasar. Y ya, perfecto.
I saw you mention no, we went down over here. No, we went down. So what I could do from there, I want to call the podcast. We just go to the
Let me ask you, let me ask you, see, you get the cost. Senator Cooley, I'm going to call him up. I'm going to call him and see if he can check his and done tomorrow. And I do certain things that you can want. Let me Senator Williams. Let me talk to him. Nice to meet you. Let me check. He sent it, so it's on the Thank you.
Vamos a decirle entonces al caballero que no.
No, ahí no. No, hay.
No. No sale. Hay que decirle que no. Negativo. Sino que la pase mañana. Que la pase. Que la descargue y la pase mañana. Porque esta hora. Vamos a comer la. ¿Este en qué carpeta la llevo?
Esa lleva el número 6. No, la que dice 5. No, estaba bien.
¿Ahí?
No, atrás. 6 es. Ajá. De momento me faltan.
¿Solo faltan dos?
Esta es la.
Cambio de tema.
Solo yo vengo de Grecia. Solo yo vine de Grecia.
Sí, claro. Te voy a dar una bienvenida. Gracias, ¿y tú? Qué gusto conocerte. Igual, gracias. Ay, no, por aguantarnos tanto. Bueno, mil gracias por venir. Pero vamos a hablar de todo. Ya, no, vamos a pedir.
Buenas tardes. Los invitamos a ocupar sus lugares. Estamos por comenzar. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start soon, so we invite you to be in your places, please. Buenas tardes, esta es la segunda llamada. Estamos por comenzar. Los invitamos a que ocupen sus lugares. Gracias.
Ahora el momento exacto.
Víctor, ¿qué te hace falta? Estudiando.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Your attention, please. We have an announcement by the Cuban government. Good afternoon. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there is a guided tour for all delegates wishing to go to the Fidel Castro Ruz Center. This is a study center that uses high tech that is located in Vedado. The visit lasts for around 1 hour. Those wishing to visit the center will be most welcome. Thank you.
Damas y caballeros, buenas tardes.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you for your patience and for staying with us. Now we will continue with our conference. On behalf of the ACS, we once more welcome you to resume the work of our agenda. We will begin with the panel of cooperation initiatives in the region. I will first introduce Her Excellency Antonella Calavallari, who's the first woman Secretary General of the International Organization of Italy and the Americas. She joined the diplomatic corps in 1987 and she was ambassador of Italy in Paraguay from 2013 to 2016. She's also worked in Egypt and Japan. She will join us online.
Estimado ministro Rodrigo Manuel Carías, estimado secretario general Rodolfo Sabón, estimados
Esteemed representatives of ACS, it's a pleasure to greet you on behalf of this international organization that was established in 1966, including 20 Latin American countries. Since June 2020, we are an observer member of ACS, and in that capacity, I thank you for inviting me to address you today. Regretfully, I had an accident and I cannot be there in person. However, our organization is present and will have the opportunity to tell you about our cooperation and how can we intensify our cooperation in the Caribbean region. Since its origin, our organization has been a strategic the cooperation between the Italian government and the members of ACS is an added value for the work in the region to increase relations between Italy and the rest of the world. This get today ILA has a shared working agenda that allows all member states to collaborate positively on topics of mutual interest, in particular sustainable economic recovery, green circular management of cities, justice and security, protection of the cultural heritage, and digitalization. This coincides with the agenda of this summit or this International Cooperation Conference of the ACS, the Great Caribbean, building bridges of transformation and innovation for sustainable progress. I want to highlight this purpose. ILA is a bridge, a solid and sound bridge, not only with Latin America and the Caribbean, but also between Europe and the Latin American region, acting as a cooperation agent with Italian funds and executing significant programs financed by the European Union. Is a bridge that is at the disposal of all of you. It is important to highlight that ILA changes its working agenda according to the needs of the member states with which we have a permanent dialogue. We find out what are the needs and the responses that can be taken with funds of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Italy or with funds of the European Commission. Since 2019, we are an agency of this commission. We are also observer members of CELAC, and as such, we participate in the dialogue between this organization and the European Union to consolidate relations with the region through the bi-regional relation Europe-Latin America. We have successful working relations with other regional agencies and organizations. They help us to, or they guide our activity. Our cooperation agenda, like yours, is consequently oriented towards sustainable recovery, environmentally and economically sustainable recovery. I thank you the opportunity to talk about the main sectors of activity in which we have projects with the countries present today and that are part of the ACS. First, climate change and acceleration of the green transformation and circular economy. In this sector, ILA is working in a project to transform Latin American city towards a sustainable economy aimed at all its member countries. In this same domain, we are managing together with the Spanish agency FIAT the support to public policies and regulatory frameworks of the European Program for Sustainability of Productive Chain in Latin America. It also contributes, or our initiatives on agriculture and the different training courses, for example, in sustainable tourism or for entrepreneurs. Second sector, promotion of the rule of law. We believe that we have courses on the juridical diplomacy, like the Falco Bursivino program financed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Italy, and the European programs, Impact of Front, etc., aimed at improving cooperation between Europe and Latin America in the fight against all transnational crime and strengthening the institutions in this sector and promoting the regulatory frameworks of the region. The fight against drug trafficking and corruption. The third sector, important sector, is social condition. We coordinate social policies of the Eurosocial program of the European Union, that is to promote initiatives for social, labor policies, and gender policies in the beneficiary countries. We are implementing important programs of inclusive participation, training in telemedicine in collaboration with the Higher Institute of um, Sanitation. These are the programs that we promote to reduce the digital gap in Central America research grants. Elimination of gender inequalities with projects in favor of entrepreneurial women in the fashion sector or training for business women. Another fourth sector is economic recovery. ILA is particularly active in the Italian Latin American program that is one of the main space for dialogue in Latin America for policies and entrepreneurial cooperation with small enterprises. This includes a program for grants and research. Besides, ILA also has precision agricultural projects in Dominican Republic, Haiti, Peru, Colombia, with projects for assistance to producers of coffee and chocolate, and another sector, spatial coordination. This is something new that takes into consideration the huge impact of satellite activities in all development fields. It is aimed at promoting this type of cooperation, diplomacy, spatial economy for sustainable growth. In the framework of this project, we have organized the first meeting of spatial agencies of our countries, in which responsibles of spatial agencies gathered and all the Latin American and regional institutions in this sector, representatives of the spatial agencies in Europe, and the main area spatial industries in Italy. The second phase of this project includes the launching of the first satellite in Panama and Dominican Republic. We need to support sustainable development through satellite monitoring. Finally, cultural cooperation. We believe in culture as a cross-cutting sector in all human activities, ensuring the memory of all our countries and significantly contributing to reactivation of the culture. ILA provides incentives for Latin American professionals through awards, literature translation, all this dedicated to emerging authors. We also work in preserving cultural heritage, fight against the illegal traffic of cultural goods with the support of the Italian Ministry of Culture and the Carabinieri for the preservation of the cultural heritage. In this regard, we must mention collaboration with the prestigious Office of the historian of the city of Havana in strengthening institutions in terms of preservation, uh, tangible and intangible cultural goods, and recovery of historical buildings in Old Havana. Esteemed colleagues, world's current world contingency reminds us of the importance of multilateralism. ILA is a small but effective instrument that wants to contribute in the planet, which we believe is a priority. It's an instrument of peace, shared value, natural values that should be protected and preserved for the well of humankind. For this reason, I conclude by reiterating our disposal to maintain and expand our cooperation with all of you in sectors in which we have achieved a very significant and positive experiences, including our training courses. Once again, I thank the host country for the organization of this 6th International Cooperation Conference, as well as the authorities with which I hope to maintain our dialogue. I wish you all success, believing that this is the correct path and that we will continue together in this direction.
Agradecemos.
We thank the words of Her Excellency Antonella Cavalieri. And to continue with this panel, we invite Mr. Mauro Camisia from ILA. To the chair, we also call on Martin Rivero from CEGIP. If you please can join us for this panel. We also invite Ramon Alexis Fernandez Osorio from SITMA. And Rafael Luis Torralba from the Institute of Science of Havana, and we will be joined by Ida Inés Pedroso Herrera. As the Secretary General of ILA well said, we're here to talk about cooperation, and to now ground the floor to Mauro Camisia, who is the head of the Italian Cooperation Office of ILA. You have the floor. Thank you. You also, the video of my boss was shown, right? Mr. President, Minister Mario Bucaro, Director Adriana Bolaños, and Secretary General Rodolfo Savange, thank you for the invite. Dear participants, friends, good afternoon. My name is Mario Camisia. I'm the head of the Office of Cooperation of ILA. First of all, I'd like to make a brief introduction on what is ILA. ILA is an intergovernmental international agency that gathers 20 countries from Latin America and with Italy. It was created in 1966 as a policy instrument, and nowadays it has become many more things. It is first an instrument of international cooperation, which I have the privilege of chairing. It is also an institution for the promotion of Latin American culture in Italy, for the organization of international conferences and institutional meetings, professional training through scholarships, grants, and courses for Latin Americans in Italy and for Italians in Latin America, and for collaboration with other international organizations.
No va. Bueno, ¿cómo actuamos? ILA no es un banco. ILA gestiona el financiamiento del gobierno de Italia a través de mi oficina o el financiamiento de la Unión Europea. Tenemos 2 oficinas de cooperación internacional. Entonces, es un ejecutor, coordinador interinstitucional y gestor de iniciativas de cooperación. Estas iniciativas pueden ser dirigidas a países o a regiones de América Latina. El enfoque siempre es hacia la formación profesional a través también de donaciones de tecnologías, de maquinaria, formación sobre la manutención, el uso de la tecnología y el fortalecimiento institucional y la innovación. ¿Cómo comienza la cooperación de ILA? Primero, a través de solicitudes de los gobiernos miembros que sean enviadas a nuestras oficinas. O también
and also through the survey of needs and requirements by our cooperants throughout Latin America. Also through indications of Italian cooperation, which is our main partner, and also through requests of countries through international organizations or financial organizations. Once we get the requests, we make an analysis, and if the requests are approved by our offices, we can begin jointly to find how to draft or formulate a project. Our first partner is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Italy and the Italian Development Cooperation Agency, which analyze these priorities I was telling you about and finance our projects. All these become bilateral projects in the case of countries and South-South cooperation projects that we are promoting in the last few years. These are the three divisions of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Italy that finance our projects: the General Division of Development Cooperation, the Italian Agency of Development Cooperation, and the General Division of Globalization and Global Affairs that finance all projects of justice, peacekeeping, and security related projects. We clearly work in alignment with the SDGs, and this is how, or the 7 SDGs are always present in our, the 17 SDGs are always present in our work. We need to update this chart because we will soon get the 2023 financing. This is the breakdown of funds depending on the sector. For sustainable development, rural development, cultural heritage, justice and security, SMEs support, food security, vulnerable population support, and gender equality. Although these two are always present in our projects, but these two mean that these are specific projects in these two sectors. We work in all member countries. As I said, there are 20 member countries which are in darker blue, projects that have a project with direct beneficiaries, and in lighter blue, we have the countries that take part at the regional level or as observers. These are our key cooperation sectors in ACS countries. Of course, projects on cultural heritage for the safeguarding, adding value, and the safeguarding of the cultural heritage, mainly in Cuba. Why? Because Cuba is a priority, a country for Italian cooperation. These are our project lines. We have chosen these Cuba as a Latin American hub on cultural heritage. The work we carried out in Cuba, we give positions for grants to all Latin American countries. We have a network of heritage cities. Here I have some USB memories where we have video that was recorded by the Cuban counterpart explaining the network of heritage cities, the recovery of Old Havana. We have a specific project of Plaza del Cristo. If you walk around Old Havana, we have recently finished a building that is called La Maravilla, and we are refurbishing Los Pelícanos building as well. We have worked on a building in Lamparilla, and in one of these buildings, we have held a workshop for the recovery of historical documents and archives and maps. We also have the recovery and of the Santa Clara Monastery, which is here also in Old Havana. We join a UNESCO project that is revitalizing all the clusters and the Aula Magna, which is the core of the convent. This convent will be rescued and will be returned to Sencrem, which is the Center for Study of Projects on orange economy, and cultural heritage for all Latin America, that is for all participants. The valorization of the cultural heritage of El Cobre in Santiago de Cuba. We also have another project in El Salvador and Honduras with the Lenca community for the training and the recovery of textile traditions. Another important sector is agriculture, understood, of course, as sustainable agriculture, and our Secretary General also talked about precision agriculture. We define it as such, although it is not exactly that, but it is highly mechanized and technology intensive. We take advantage of the fact that ILA is an international organization, but it has its roots in Italy, and we have a small and medium-sized enterprise company that produce or manufacture technology for agriculture. Through these MSMEs, we undertake demo farms or demonstration farms where we have training for a younger staff, and we can graduate new engineers, and we provide services for the entire territory and for agricultural services extension. Small farmers don't have to purchase very expensive technology, but can use that of our center and then return it to our center. We have presence in Colombia with our largest project on agriculture and sustainable agriculture and tourism for peace in Colombia. We also have projects in the Dominican Republic and Haiti, in the border, in El Salvador, in Venezuela, a project on cocoa, and we are activating a project in the border area between El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, the Trifinio region. We also have the projects on justice and security, because the General Secretary already talked about, and we also have training in pediatric healthcare. We have an Italian agency, which is a children's hospital that is the oldest children's hospital in Europe, that is located in Italy. And we have students from El Salvador, Panama, and in the future from Ecuador and Peru, who are being trained on very state-of-the-art technology and techniques. I will now focus on the two key sectors in which ILA works in the ACS countries, which is on cultural heritage and agriculture. The projects for the recovery and valorization of cultural heritage are understood as a resource for the human and economic development of beneficiary countries. The purpose is to safeguard and grant value to the cultural heritage of Latin America, with the specific objective of strengthening public institutions that are engaged in managing cultural heritage and safeguarding through training and specialized technical assistance and capacity building. And we work in conservation and restoration, legislation, and law enforcement against illegal trafficking. We benefit from the Italian Carabinieri, which is the Italian law enforcement agency that has an international database for the classification and enforcing the artwork trafficking. We also have cultural goods management, cataloging, and museum organization, and also the protection of intangible heritage and the recovery of traditional trades or ancient trades. On sustainable agricultural development projects, the main objective is to increase the efficiency and the use of resources and reduce the environmental impact, ensuring high yields. This is a basic definition of precision agriculture that we are using. So what do we do? As I said before, we have demo farms where we train people. They are very important, and you must, of course, undertake it with reliable partners. In the case of the Dominican Republic and Haiti, we do it in a school. In the case of Colombia, we do it with SENA, that has made their HQ from Huila and El Cauca available to us, two areas that are affected by the violence that prevailed in the Colombian past. We provide them with technology and machines for the creation of these new professional profiles or to develop new skills. And also for small and medium-sized farmers of the area. So we work on several levels. In Guajaibon, we have a school for very young children. We train them on precision agriculture and technology-intensive agriculture. It could be the children of farmers or farmers themselves. In Peru, where we work with another project, we are working in the National University of Piura, which is a desert area which is severely affected by the climate change impacts. These are projects also for food security because participants are given a key to replicate good practices and techniques in their own farms, family farms. And these also become research and innovation laboratories. I can tell you when we begin a similar project in one of these countries, the first question we ask is when the drones arrive, and we tell them, no, drones will not come. If they come, they will come eventually, but we must take baby steps. We first need to study the field. What are the materials that are available in this area? What water resources you have? What kind of water you have? And this is how we build our agricultural laboratory in countries. These are the future perspectives with ACS countries. First, through scholarships and grants, you can open a program of grants or scholarships. And if you win the bid, you can join our training projects. You can participate, you can send students or become trainers to ensure our replicating effect. We can work online. We could have virtual courses. We have the cooperation of Trinidad and Tobago and some ACS member countries already took part. Also in the MSMEs forum, in which both Italian and Latin American SMEs have taken part. The next two will take place in Italy, one during the most important mechanized fair, which is MacFruit in Italy, May 3 to the 5th, and the second in Bergamo, near Milano, on October the 3rd to the 5th, and it will be on the knowledge economy and the fashion industry and ICTs, etc. And of course, we also finance projects. If you can finance projects, we are ready and willing to contribute our expertise, our experience, and our good practices to replicate projects that have already been successfully undertaken in Latin America. And last, we also can contribute through projects that are financed by international financial organizations like the International Development Bank, the CAF, the European Union, the World Bank, etc. I just wanted to thank all participants. We are a small organization and a smaller division of cooperation, but we can contribute our expertise and experience on very successful projects that we have carried out in both in Italy and Latin America. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Mauro. A continuación.
Thank you, Mauro. Now I have the pleasure to present Martin Rivero, Coordinator of Social and South-South Cooperation of the Ibero-America General Secretariat. You have the floor. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. I also want to thank the authorities of the ACS, the Cuban authorities, and my greetings to all the colleagues here. We work in more than 30 cooperation projects in different topics like culture, social cohesion, knowledge, science, and technology. But what we wanted to share here is one of the pillars of our work that has to do with South-South and triangular cooperation. The said of all Ibero-American countries, we collect all the information of the cooperation of all these states for almost 15 years now. From Mexico to the south of Chile, including the Spanish-speaking Caribbean, Cuba and Dominican Republic, Spain and Portugal and Andorra. These are the 20 members of the Ibero-American state. The summit of heads of state and government in 2007, a follow-up of cooperation between inter-American countries and with other regions. This has enabled us to build a database that is fed every year with all this South-South and triangular cooperation by these states bilaterally, regionally, and with other regions of the world. This is integrated into a system with the South-South data integrated system, which is very useful so that all countries may record all these projects, goals, actors, results, outputs in these databases. This generates a report, and we have the 12th edition and an information platform, southsouth.information.org. It is available in Spanish and Portuguese as well as in English so that it be accessible to other parts of the world, particularly for the English-speaking Caribbean. What does this information allows us? A historical analysis of what are the trends in the South-South and triangular cooperation in our region, both in the annual report or special editions as we did some years back when we commemorated 10 years of this report. It also enables us to focus or every time we visit a country, we make a specific analysis of that country so that the country may have the information or a regional information, geographical or thematic, which is what we have done for today. And it also allows us to carry out sectorial analysis. The most recent ones deal with the pandemic, the South-South triangular cooperation regarding sanitary policies. We're not going to talk about this today, but for you to have an idea of the two central topics that are the content of South-South cooperation in our region is health, agriculture. These two topics are always in the first place in terms of cooperation. This means that the Ibero-American region had a South-South cooperation in terms of health when the pandemic started. It's not that it started with the pandemic, it was already there in terms of medicaments, medicines, transplants, etc. was quite important or significant year after year in the region. This was important to develop partnerships during the peak of the pandemic. Data not only records what happens inside the region, but what the Latin American countries do with other regions of the world. As you can see in the map, where all those countries where there have been cooperation projects developed by Ibero-American countries, we see an important number of countries of these 10,000 South-South and triangular cooperation initiatives. 1,300 have been implemented in other regions of the world, and the non-Ibero-American Caribbean has been the target of these projects. If we analyze the evolution of the data since 2006, we see a downtrend. This dynamism has been higher than 100 projects every year with the non-Ibero-American Caribbean. This graphic is special because you can see on the one hand that decrease in cooperation activities after the pandemic. We can see that the proportion of projects focused on the Caribbean has increased. The total has decreased, it's true, but it has been part of the cooperation of Ibero-American countries. It has been more stable than in previous decades, targeted to the non-Ibero-American Caribbean countries. As you can see, also, thematic areas deal with health, education, agriculture. One of the components I like to point out is the disaster disaster management. We believe that in this area, and some of the speakers this morning talked about the use of triangular cooperation with great potentials for certain thematics. We have seen that for the environment and specifically disaster management as a result of climate change in the coastal areas, as we saw in the previous panel, and the agricultural production is quite versatile as an instrument of cooperation on these topics, and this is witnessed in the statistics every year. So to keep to the time allotted, 3 minutes, the health component, as we said, occupies a very important place. The protagonic role of countries like Cuba undoubtedly reflects the number of human resources in our region. Cuba, of course, has an outstanding role in this area, but there are many other countries where the capacity of transferring experiences and lessons to their Caribbean colleagues is very important, not only in terms of health, but also food security and other topics. To conclude, mapping of the most active countries in this cooperation. Undoubtedly, Mexico, Cuba, Colombia have a historical protagonism. There are times where Chile and Brazil also have an outstanding activity in the Caribbean region. Just think about geographic distance. During the lunchtime, we talked about with the colleague in Argentina, and sometimes it takes longer to go from Argentina to the Caribbean than to come from Europe to the Caribbean. I think South countries are making a significant effort to develop this type of cooperation, although they are not part of the Great Caribbean. To the right, we see the beneficiary countries of this cooperation. We see countries like Haiti that occupies a significant place in this cooperation, and then we have projects developed with a set of countries that have been grouped. It's not an individual project. It means to work with several countries at the same time, a South-South regional cooperation project, and that is the central component of Ibero-American cooperation. And integrationist regional with a regional spirit that not only has an impact on the project itself but also improves the capacities for political dialogue, which we believe is the most important thing in the between the Ibero-American space and the Latin American and Caribbean space. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Martín. Les comentamos que todas las presentaciones.
Thank you very much, Martin. All presentations will be in an electronic format, and as you know, we are a little bit behind schedule in our program. I will give the floor to Dr. Ramon Alexis Fernandez Osoria from the University of Havana. Doctor, you have 10 minutes for your presentation, please. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. First of all, thanks to the ACS for this opportunity to share with you and make a presentation on this project. I must clarify that this has been made in accordance with the guidelines established by the ACS and according to the 2020 agenda and according to the Task Life project of Cuba. This project is entitled Mitigation of Climate Change Effects on the Greater Caribbean Coral Reefs. We are all in the Greater Caribbean, and reefs are affected, that is a fact. But there is one feature, which is connectivity and the restoration and all actions to improve reefs in any of the countries one way or the other will benefit all the rest. So this is a fact. Coral reefs are facing a very complex situation. There is an increase in coral bleach, high coral mortality, fleshy algae increase, acidification of oceans, and the loss of key species. So the present alternatives and the solutions. We should take advantage of the capacity of sexual and asexual reproduction of corals in order to create farms, nursery grounds, and plant them in the affected areas. There's also the use of the reproductive capacity and the propagation capacity of the urchin species, which is an efficient controller of algae in reefs with a massive mortality suffered in the Caribbean during the 1980s. Another alternative is the imminent need to have a regional integration in order to mitigate the effects of climate change in the Caribbean. The purpose of these first proposals is to create the basis for the intensive farming of corals in order to restore all these sites to mitigate climate change impact.
Entonces, en los resultados esperados.
As to the expected results, as compared to the results obtained, we can say that we intend to increase live coral cover and reef resilience to reduce mortality and the cover by algae on these corals sites in order to mitigate the effects of climate change in the Greater Caribbean, to acquire knowledge and abilities. Practical abilities to increase the most feasible coral crops in the different sites of the Caribbean to satisfactorily develop farms in order to replicate all the coral key species, to raise awareness and disseminate information about environmental education and science in all the communities of the Greater Caribbean region. As to the actions and the new approach to the restoration of reefs in the Greater Caribbean, what is the main purpose? First, to mitigate the impact of climate change through the replacement of the natural capital and the replacement of the ecosystem systems of these sites in all the countries that are part of the Greater Caribbean to implement the scientific results in the restoration of reefs for the creation of new tourist products, ensuring the sustainability of the tourism industry. We could implement some actions by tourist entities for an effective sustainability. This is a new applicable practice to be carried out to raise awareness and increase culture of protection from science in all countries of the Greater Caribbean. Some of the results obtained in the asexual and assisted sexual reproduction in artificial structures where we place the segments of corals. Once they grow to a certain size, they are planted in all the affected areas. Another option is to apply the asexual or sexual reproduction of corals from 25 to 30% of these operations have been successful. With these assisted sexual reproduction of corals, we ensure 100% of the spawning of corals, and we are able to obtain the young recruits that are to be taken to the farms further on. Another result has been the implementation of different planting techniques such as micro fragmentation using artificial structures. Little by little, these little segments are covering the artificial structures until they cover these structures completely. And then we will have a massive colony of corals. Here you can see at the lower part of the slide some samples of corals already planted in the affected areas with very satisfactory growth rates. Another result is, of course, the raising of awareness and the celebration of workshops, symposia among young people, and to disseminate information throughout all levels of society to make people aware of the need to protect coral reefs. In order to implement all those actions, we could involve the ministries of science, the environment, tourism, hotel networks, regional organizations such as the ACS, CARICOM, universities, and medium level education entities, as well as scientific institutions. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Doctor. And now I have the pleasure to introduce Master Rafael Luis Torralbas Espelata, an engineer in automated sciences in the University in Oriente, member of the National Council of Innovation of the Republic of Cuba. You have the floor, sir. First of all, good afternoon. I would like to thank the ACS, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Cuba, and the Ministry of Foreign Trade and Investments of Cuba for inviting me to share my short and modest experience in this new scenario. It is a pleasure to see in this room all the flags lining up. This is an example of unity amidst the diversity of the Greater Caribbean. At the risk of taking some minutes, I would like to express some ideas. I would ask you please to raise your hand, all those persons hearing about a scientific and technological park at least once? Please raise your hand. Even if you have not seen one. I have a knowledgeable audience. I must be very careful with my words. But I have a second question. Those of you knowing that in your home countries there is at least one scientific and technological park, please raise your hand. Look around. There is a huge gap between those knowing what a park is all about and those who know there is one in your respective countries. Even if I do not have time to express other ideas, I thought it was important to express that these are ecosystems that should be multiplied in our countries in the region. It is that whenever there is a technology involved, if there is the slightest possibility for the technology to fail, it will. Okay. The Havana Scientific and Technological Park in Havana can be defined as an innovation ecosystem. So, with the intention of promoting benefits, it is based on benefits and incentives and facilitates the achievement of high impact results for economic and social development with the use of ICTs. There are three basic words: innovation, cooperation, and development. How do we do it? By providing benefits and incentives. What are they all about? First, those offered by public policies. These are the ones that, contrary to the hands of a clock, you can read them in the screen. These have fiscal and tax benefits deriving from public policies promoted by countries for these ecosystems to flourish. Cuba have them all, so it can cooperate with other Caribbean countries in the creation of these kind of initiatives. As for the rest, these should be a construction of your own, but we should have a basic technological infrastructure, access to markets, connection with the research centers and the academy to give access to human talent and services so that companies can grow bigger and consolidate. We are located at the University of Information Sciences in Havana. You are all invited to visit us. We had the honor of receiving the visit of the Secretary General of the ACS. This is a huge strength. I mean, being placed in the campus of a University of Information Sciences. The university and the Scientific and Technological Park of Havana are a center of what will be a special development area for high technologies and ICTs in the future. So this is a big opportunity for the promotion of foreign investment projects and the promotion of cooperation. Every scientific part has indicators. These are ours. I will not read them all. Uh, I will just tell you that we are a young initiative. We have been working for almost 2 years now. Today, we have more than 40 projects that are being incubated. Uh, More than 500 professionals are involved in these projects, 15 thematic lines related to big data, the Internet of Things, email solutions. We have more than 100 clients, 8 of them foreigners. We do not have still the first Caribbean client. So we want to invite you to cooperate with us so that very soon we could have a first Caribbean client. We have 13 new technological companies being created hardly in the course of the last year based on successful and innovative projects. These are some of the examples. In Cuba, we say seeing is believing. To the left, you can see an initiative with autonomous vehicles for the land and the sea, very good for maritime research. We have automated solutions in the biotech and pharmaceutical industries, and we cooperate with Combiomed in the development of the software of the main software of the ventilator that was developed in this company, uh, a country's effort to cope with the COVID-19 pandemic. And I leave you with 4 opportunities for cooperation, which I believe are important with the ACS. First, we would like to cooperate with the association in the action plan goals, but particularly in the digital transformation projects. In the world, in my opinion, the digital gap is no longer focused on the technological gap, but the knowledge gap, gap when it comes to the access to that knowledge. So, in general, infrastructure has diversified in countries, but what becomes more and more complex is to access knowledge to make the best use of the technology. I invite you also to identify cooperation and research opportunities among uh, similar entities in Caribbean countries so that we can together access export markets. Something very important for all of us to identify opportunities for financing and international cooperation to support new entrepreneurships, the new projects that we incubate. Usually, one of the main deficiencies is access to financing. If we connect ourselves with these foreign sources of financing, obviously we will be contributing to their development. And finally, there would be more opportunities for investments with shared benefits in the park itself or in the future special development zone. And with this, I conclude. I consumed all my time. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And to conclude, I have the pleasure to introduce Dr. Irenis Pedroso Herrera. She is a university graduate of physics in Belarus. She has a PhD in technical sciences, an excellent representative of Cuba. Go ahead, doctor. You have the floor. Good afternoon. I wanted to thank the ACS as well as the our international division, the Ministry of Foreign Trade, for this invitation, for this big opportunity to share our experience when it comes to disaster risk management and climate change adaptation in such an important moment for humanity, particularly for us in the Caribbean, where the first thing is precisely cooperation. Our geographical position makes us very vulnerable to the impact of all these disaster risks, as well as the impact of climate changes that are being felt right now. Therefore, that cooperation, the exchange of experience, the exchange of good practices, what do we have here? What do you have there? I mean, this is an ideal moment. This is what we intend to promote with our cooperation. That is why I have brought with me the perspectives and even our dreams, which we can share here. So, the general objective of my presentation is to strengthen the capacities of human capital, the scientific and technological infrastructure, and institutional organization for a much more uh, comprehensive and proactive management of disaster risk. Management uh, in the Caribbean, one of the main problems that we have in our region that makes us all so vulnerable is that we are still used to react while trying to find a response. We have to be more proactive. That is the idea that we wanted to discuss here. So, first and foremost, we believe that if there is one important element that should be taken into account is the perception on the part of actors, the knowledge, the education of all actors at every level, so that they are able to understand what we are living through, how to manage that disaster risk, how to reduce our vulnerabilities in the present circumstances, and to identify the vulnerabilities in the future resulting from the climate change that we are envisaging. What would be its impact on humanity within 50 to 100 years? So uh, we must strengthen capacity building as we have here in Cuba to improve adaptation to climate change. This we have always shared with the Caribbean region. We have received personalities from many countries of the Caribbean to take courses, to participate in workshops. Through CARICOM, we have shared our experience, and we intend to strengthen that regional center, to strengthen the center through scientific and technological infrastructure of excellence, and through the development of the academic programs to give a response to all the training needs that we have in our region. In addition to that, disaster risk management is another key element. We should also strengthen that. And in this regard, it is our interest to exchange experience, good practices, to transfer our methodologies. So is the case for the risk management reduction programs, the creation of such centers as Cuba has done in other countries. These are examples of the way in which that knowledge and the studies that we make in order to reduce risks should be conveyed to decision makers and planners in a very efficient way. Likewise, we can offer and share with you a series of experience that we have accumulated. We have done so with some countries of the region. So is the case for the implementation in each and every territory of the country, in each province. This is what we call the popular council or the community center in other countries. They are the ones that carry out the studies of risks at the local level. We can also share the evaluation of impacts after a disaster, the development of adaptation programs. This is an example of those climate risk studies that we carry out in our country. This is what we call a macro project. We place these in the hands of the government of our republic. This is a calculation of the rise in the sea level by the year 2050 and 2100. We study the current behavior and the future projection of all those ecosystems that in order to protect our shoreline. And we also study the impact of these changes on the environment. All of these by calculating the rise of the sea level by the years 2100 and 2015. One important element that we studied is the marine saline intrusion that is occurring in these territories as a result of the floodings. We study the salinization of soils, and we project the future behavior based on the current sea level rise. Taking into account all of these results of the studies about risks and vulnerability and the climate change and necessary adaptation measures, our country developed a state plan to cope with climate change, the so-called Task Life. This is a comprehensive proposal identifying priority areas and sites and the actions that need to be taken. There are 5 strategic actions and 11 tasks included in this project. Finally, I wanted to refer to another issue. We have been already selected by the UN as an example of the adaptation of the instruments for the projection of climate change in the Caribbean region. That is, disaster risks are occurring in an environment in which we are feeling the impact of climate change. Climate change speeds up the presence of hurricanes and increases their strength, and climate change is causing a major impact. We have to reduce our vulnerabilities today in order to be able to be less vulnerable tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Out of lack of time, if you have any question, please share it with us through the email. You have the email address, and we invite our speakers to join the audience. Thank you very much.
Voy a procurar contener un poco mi emoción.
I'll try to remain calm, and I will continue with a very interesting panel, including His Excellency Omar Saif Gobash to join us in the chair. Also, Carlos Uribe and Jonathan José Serrano Menancio, Benjamín Lamiano, William Martinez de Velasco, and James Emmett. Please join me in the chair.
Bien, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now we will start a panel on the disaster risk reduction. The first orator, His Excellency Omar Saif Gobash, who is from the United Arab Emirates. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And it's good to see old friends in the audience, and especially from Suriname. I'd like to initially thank our Cuban hosts, Cuban government and people for welcoming us here in Havana. It's been eye-opening for me, my first time here. And I'd like to thank the ACS for being charming enough in New York to persuade us to actually come here as well. So it's really wonderful to be here with you. Just to give you a bit of background, I'm the Assistant Minister within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the Emirates. I cover culture, but I also cover the Caribbean region and Central America from a policy perspective. So the kinds of information that me and my team will be gathering here is going to help us be able to create good policies for the region, for our engagement with the region. There's a tremendous amount of overlap, I think. From what I've heard over the last sort of 24 hours, we're all speaking the same language. We're talking about global problems with specific kind of intensities. We have huge problems with climate change, but also at the same time, we're hydrocarbons producers. So we're in the funny position of trying to extract ourselves from a particular situation, but our only resource really is oil and gas. We are moving towards another kind of approach, which is much more focused on being a global hub, a knowledge economy. Perhaps there's some stuff that we can exchange with you there. I'd like to say that, when it comes to disaster risk reduction, climate change, and protection of the Caribbean Sea, I'm not an expert. So I'm going to leave the expertise to my friends. I spoke to a couple of them earlier on, and I gave them 2 or 3 sentences, and they told me, don't say that. That's very, very politically incorrect. You don't understand the field. And I was just trying to be sympathetic and empathetic. So I'm going to take guidance from you guys. And I also need you all to know that, I'm very focused on micro politics in our ministry, and that's basically office politics. And our ambassador and I have a continual life and death struggle over domination. So our current relationship boils down to he tells me what to say, and I tell him where to go. But unfortunately, this time round, he has won this particular round. He got me into this particular panel, and I have not been able to do anything other than use his text. So if you like the text, it's because of my flourishes, and if you don't like the text, please address the complaints to... So this is going to be a little review of the kinds of things that we have been already doing in the region. So when it comes to climate change, we have, that we have the Renewable Energy Agency based in Abu Dhabi, and we've got a fund with them called the Caribbean Renewable Energies Fund, and we have, I believe, committed $93 million between 2015 and 2019, which I think is fairly impressive for a country very far away from you. We also have another facility alongside the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development, which involves $350 million allocated to a whole bunch of countries within the region. And we are focused on developing renewable energies projects with, what can I see here? Cuba, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Antigua and Barbuda, and others. When it comes to disaster reduction, risk reduction, after the hurricanes Irma and Maria hit the Caribbean in 2017, the Renewable Energy Fund was reframed. So now we're focused not just on renewable energy, but we're also looking at building long-term resilient energy systems. And hopefully I will find out what that means later. When it comes to disasters, and this was the particularly sensitive subject. I was talking about natural disasters, and then I was told that actually disasters are often the creation of men, right? Not men and women, but men. So I'm trying to win points with our female audience. So we have actually contributed and would like to contribute more to alleviate the suffering caused by events. We've made contributions to Cuba, we've made contributions to Haiti, we have made many, many contributions, it seems. And I suppose overall, I'd just like to say that it's really fascinating to be here to hear the specific kinds of problems. I didn't realize that sandy shores could erode, but now I know. And I'm fascinated to find out that the Koreans have so much expertise and that they're ahead of the game here. There's a lot of potential for us to enter into the arena and possibly co-fund. And if there's any expertise that we can offer, we'd love to be able to do that. But I have to be honest, we're here to learn as opposed to educate you. So we're very appreciative. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Muchas gracias, Su Excelencia. Estamos convencidos que una vez que usted escuche todo lo que vamos a presentar en este panel, va a seguir apoyando a la región. Muchísimas gracias. A continuación, quiero presentar a Carlos Uribe. quien es oficial regional de conocimiento del riesgo de la Oficina de Naciones Unidas para la Reducción del Riesgo de Desastre para las Américas y el Caribe, que cubre aproximadamente a 37 países, definitivamente nuestra región. Tiene más de 15 años de experiencia internacional y ha colaborado durante mucho tiempo en temas de reducción del riesgo de desastres. Como se podrán dar cuenta, este es un panel de amigos que estamos trabajando todos de manera conjunta por nuestra región. Carlos, el micrófono es suyo.
Buenas tardes a todos. Después de la intervención de nuestro primer panelista, estamos ya un poco más despiertos y animados después del almuerzo y el buen vino. Reciban un saludo todos de la Oficina Regional de la Oficina de Naciones Unidas para la Reducción de Riesgos de Desastres.
Natural disaster risk for the Americas and the Caribbean. Special thanks to the association and the Cuban government for welcoming us, and also to you. The other interventions will be more interesting than mine, but I'll give you an overview. Today's exercise is relatively easy, and it's difficult to describe everything in 10 minutes. I mean, to talk about the risk disaster area of the ACS. I would like to give you an overview of the state of the art of disaster risk reduction situation and adaptation to climate change in the region of the Americas and the Caribbean. I would like you just to read the big figures in this slide. It is part of the study attempting to identify and characterize disasters, typical disasters, the losses from them and their impacts as to persons who have died or have been affected, and the money it has cost to recover from those losses. In the last 20 years, we've experienced a dramatic increase, almost a doubling in the number of disasters and the impact, not only losses, not only direct losses, but in terms of persons who died or who were affected, who were victims as to their lifestyles, their means, their homes, their transportation means. So, taking into account this kind of desolate situation, we have been trying to give an answer from our office, which is part of one of the cooperation frameworks, the Shanghai framework for reduction effort. And through it, we have been supporting national governments in countries in the region, in the world in general, but also in the Caribbean and Latin America to effectively reduce the impacts of disasters. We are trying to integrate all kinds of threats, natural ones, technological, then the combination of both of them that may unleash rather nefarious effects. Biological threats like COVID, which had a systemic impact. That's one of the best examples that allows us to characterize the systemic character of threats and how we can evidence interconnections and interdependencies between economic and natural systems and social systems. Priorities. As part of the international cooperation system, and particularly with the Caribbean, we have coherent themes: climate change, adaptation, and risk reduction, but they must be together. We must meet. We have had conversations with our colleagues and from other countries, from many countries, and we are very convinced of that climate change and adaptation to it, disaster risk reduction are all the same thing. We have to create the strategy from the viewpoint and the framework within the framework of international collaborations so that we can have a synergy and work together. We cannot talk about adaptation without talking about disaster risk reduction. We have to integrate the two things. That's the only way of bringing about substantive cooperation for sustainable development. As part of the international cooperation framework, we have to think in terms of the sustainable development goals. Let's talk about the regional situation and what's been happening in the last 20 years after observing and watching the various impacts of a catastrophe in our region. The evidence of an increase of 1.5 in temperature levels that has brought about 100% increase in losses. Into this, looking into the future, the forecasts are are gloomy, a 4-degree increase that would bring about tremendous impacts in terms of disasters. So we realize that the effect of disasters in the regions which are so complex and critical on the Caribbean and Latin America will affect development because losses from disaster will be greater than what we can develop in some countries. We are in an extremely urban region. Then risks and the effects of catastrophes take place mostly in urban centers. It is necessary to have an vertically articulated support from the international community to countries to define national policies and strategies for disaster risk reduction, taking into account the needs of cities and towns in urban areas where you have the biggest effects of disasters. Among the most important effects we can list in our region, where climate change becomes a catalyst of problems, we cannot just think in terms of natural threats like earthquakes or the climate problems that turn the Caribbean into the hub of hurricanes. But the variability of climate change has increased such effects. So we have limited incidents and we have to promote collaboration and political action to reduce disaster risks. Now, actions and decisions and the mechanisms we can design and the support we can give to all governments in all Caribbean nations would require a governance framework, a sound mechanism for the setting roles, responsibilities, and results. It is one of the first points we must insist upon. There have been movements along which we have managed to have an incidence on the making of new public policies, including all the real promoters of risk that support efficient disaster risk reduction mechanism. And we must go on with that. Among the final considerations, what I want to share with you today, I can say that coherence or consistency, catastrophes and climate risk changes, control changes must go together. They must go along alongside planning, and they must become a rule to be taken into account to be taking take place at various levels. First, the definition of financial mechanisms, their innovative designs, and also the integration of them into national budgets with a specific emphasis on the use of resources when necessary. We are having very good experiences in the region to integrate it, and to reduce disaster risk and so on, but we must insist on specific access in the region. We must work in the transfer of capabilities to national entities. The latest analysis showed there is a big gap between the responsibility we accord to those national agencies and the resources they have and the capabilities we have given them. There must be a good balance between these things. The idea of doing away with institutional hurdles and realize realizing that there are interdependencies, interrelationships, and a need for a systemic approach so that we are connected at various economic, government, and political levels and systems. The catastrophe of the COVID-19 is a big example of the systemic character of a simple biological threat affected all systems, the transport, the economy, tourism, and led us to a systemic failure. So we cannot discuss any threat or any adaptation strategy separately. We must be systemic in our approaches. The idea of defining strategies for disaster risk reductions must be based on facts. We must dedicate time, knowledge, money, and so on to forecast what will happen or may happen so that we can take decisions beforehand. One of the most important thing is financing risk management, which is related not only to defining new resource mobilization mechanisms, because many times we don't need more money, we need what we have and to capitalize it through national specific strategies. And perhaps we need some more resources, and then we may have an informed and mobilized strategy for raising money. The main message I would like to share with you, after going over the situation and with the risk reduction in the region, is to revise all the agendas vis-a-vis development strategies. That's the only way in which we, following the national frameworks, can work, and we must work together and integrate our agendas and having my specific aspects such as themes and the idea of leveling off investments from donors and the agendas of our receiving countries. There is a big difference between the finance for climate change adaptation and that for disaster risk reduction. So this must be part of a direct injection into the DNA of development. I think my time has done is up. Thank you very much for attention, and I hope we will have a very excellent presentation from the other panelists. Thank you very much to you all.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Carlos. Right now, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the confidence of the Secretary General Rodolfo Sabonge for allowing me to organize this excellent panel. As I have said, this is a panel of friends, people committed to the region. And as was said by Carlos Uribe, we need to invest in the resolution of the data problems and the risk evaluations. That is why I have the pleasure of introducing Jonathan Josue Serrano Venancio from the Office of the Risk Atlas of Mexico, in charge of the comprehensive management of risks. As we have said, we need to come up with solutions, and Master Serrano will explain to us why do we need to speak about geospatial systems. You have the floor, sir. Thank you very much, Director. Excellencies, thank you very much. On behalf of the government of Mexico, I thank you for the opportunity of being here. Thanks to the ACS for being able to make my presentation today. The state of Mexico is part of the Federation of the Mexican Republic, with more than 70 million persons, with 125 municipalities. We are part of the center of Mexico, together with Mexico City. Why is it important for the government of the state of Mexico to look at the Caribbean? We need to understand, based on what we are doing, this more holistic view. We already referred to the geospatial information technology, governance, and the knowledge of risks. What is the meaning of disaster risk in the greater Caribbean? Carlos explained it very well. In general terms, disasters in the world have impacts, but we are all witnesses to what this means in the Caribbean. Even in Mexico, we are recipients of environmental and climate immigrants from these region. We have a migrants a corridor through Central America, which originate in seismic events. That is why it is very important for us to understand these dynamics. That is why we need to manage risks, non-conventional risks. And when it comes to geospatial information technologies, it's not new. As from the 1960s and 1970s, we already saw some advancements. As from the 1970s, technology improved, and today we have tools like the drones enabling us to identify these problems. Computers are very much advanced and are able to analyze this information, but we still are missing one major component, which is the understanding of disaster risk. It has not been facilitated enough. So we are living through an unfinished, inadequate experience, but also an indispensable experience. It is an unfinished experience because many efforts have been made. We have been witnessed in this session to some of these efforts that end up by being isolated efforts, or they focus on natural threats. We have developed many researches in order to determine the characteristics, the geophysical and geomorphological features of the event. We have only focused on monitoring or the warning systems, but this has not been materialized in terms of the population. If we do not ask the right questions, we will continue to move on, but without taking real steps towards our goal, hand in hand with technologies. Which is the geospatial information technology all about? Well, global positioning system, visualization system, and of course, this information should help us to better understand disaster risks, because no doubt the collection, processing, and the understanding of this data will make the difference. And in order to change our path, we need new approaches. That is why we need to speak about systemic risks. As Carlos was pointing out a while ago, the pandemic is only one example of the systemic problem. But if we are to really generate new results, then we need to start covering all aspects related to risk, because the studies being made so far are only about a characterization of phenomena, speaking about risks, but we need to speak about physical vulnerability, social vulnerability, exposure, and the amount of information generated right now need to be processed. And this information need to be disseminated in an appropriate way among the population. Persons must understand, not from a technical or scientific point of view, which is rather complicated. They need to understand the language, the terms. We, as authorities, should translate this information and to design products so that people can protect themselves. But for that, we need to resort to every tools within our disposal. ICTs is not anything new, but we are living through 2022, and we need to take that leap forward, because today we have big data. to manage systemic risk. We all generate geospatial information through our cell phones and from a series of efforts by the governments. But if that information, which cannot be processed by a single person, uh, remains there, if we have the capability to process that, we should come up with a clear result translated into concrete actions for the people. It is clear that we can capture, store, analyze, and visualize the information, but what for? If the projects that we finance are only dedicated to each and every one of these components, would this be a good research project? If this is not translated into results, we would be losing sight of our main goal. And for island states, such as the ones in the Caribbean, when it comes to climate change, we do not have any time to lose. It is high time for us to use these big technologies to the service of the people, because the impacts are global. In this regard, according to the Sendai framework for the disaster risk reduction, the top priority is the understanding of disaster risks. We are speaking about paragraph 23 and 24, stating that policies and practices for risk management should be based on the understanding of risk. The population and decision makers should be the ones to understand the risk. Otherwise, we cannot translate these into solutions. Therefore, we need to understand the entire dimension of the problem, not only focus on threats. We have to focus on risk, and through a systemic approach to identify the origin of the causes, because we all feel the consequences. And paragraph 24 states that this should become a public information. Many of the existing systems are focused on the generation of information and to show only one of these aspects, or to become a repository of information that would make it possible to have better warning systems or produce new researches. And this is similar to what GeoCuba is doing with the system Andariego. Here, this is recognized by the World Teledetection Association as a major effort. This is an image of what a repository of information is all about. But if that information does not end up by being a concrete thing in terms of local context, covering all aspects of risk management, but particularly if we do not include here the levels of exposure of this information, the study of all threats, the physical, social, institutional vulnerabilities. And if we do not build risk scenarios, then the information would be useless. That is why it is so important not to only build repositories to visualize geographic information. That information should be translated into public policies. We have to produce free access information with open data. It is not enough with including beautiful images, but we should be able to build risk scenarios. In the case of Andariego, we visualize the situation and we start generating information, but only if conditions allow so. But if a hurricane comes, if the power is out, we cannot generate that information. And we are speaking about lives here. It is very important for these products we have access to be designed based on people thinking about the results that we will achieve. Therefore, that information must involve the academy, must go hand in hand with a private initiative. It should provide continued training through the media and should reach out to decision makers because these are cross-cutting topics. This should not only be limited to a single sector. That information should have one major component and to serve all purposes and the people. And we must engage in a transition to the governance of the systemic risk that includes training and more training. That is the right way. We have the infrastructure, the experience, the technical capabilities. As Dr. Pedroso explained a while ago, there is knowledge and there is possibility to move on, but only by working as a team could we engage in a transition towards the governance. And finally, we have challenges in terms of technical training. There are opportunities to transfer technology. The technology in the hands of the few would be useless if the people continue to be affected. So there is an opportunity to explore new opportunities, and one mechanism is by engaging in this technological transfer. And no doubt, we have to resort to mitigation measures. We can be told there's always an impact of hurricanes here, but then what are we going to do to avoid that? We cannot perpetuate these conditions. We must move on and change this reality. We need the information and systems that are designed to have quality criteria to be interoperable. Sometimes the information has followed no methodologies or standards. We do not start from scratch. There are efforts that have been made before in order to visualize the new path. The opportunity is clear. The Caribbean has the opportunity to create solutions in terms of risk reduction, but this should be done by focusing ourselves on people, highly vulnerable people. Thank you very much to all.
Thank you, Mr. Serrano. We need to develop capacities in the region. We must invest on this, and as we will see now, everything is interrelated. We need to incorporate vulnerable groups, we need to involve communities, and we need to continue in the transition towards digitalization and capacity building. In this regard, I have the pleasure to present Dr. Benjamin Laniado, who has dedicated his life to support those in difficult situations. For me, it is also an honor to present the Secretary General of Cadena Mexico, who has led humanitarian missions, always thinking about the most vulnerable people. He is professor and author of a lot of literature on this topic. So, Benjamin Laniado, you have the floor. Good afternoon. I want to thank all those present here. It is an honor for me to be here, and I want to thank the Association of Caribbean States for inviting me to present very briefly this concrete proposal, because throughout the day we have been listening to a lot of sensitization, but the problem is not I think we are very clear about why we have to do this, because we have been listening to very powerful terms like, for example, holistic integration, systemic risk, cross-cutting access in risk management, that we have to make an impact and we have to make a difference because we don't have much time. So now I will start my presentation. First of all, I would like to talk about this slide. We talk about risk, vulnerability, and hazard, and there is something very important here. We are going to talk about early warning systems in general and in particular. We are saying that there is a lot of population in the Caribbean that is vulnerable, and this is generated by risks and by hazards which are increasingly present, more intensive. So in this regard, the vulnerable population is increasingly exposed to these hazards and risks, and we have to work for these populations. We have to be very sensible or sensitive. We know that climate change generates certain injustice because the most vulnerable people is the less um, um, they're the ones who uh, have less consumption and less. They're not to blame for this. They are the ones who receive the impact of these hazards and risk in a more intense manner. So we can't make a general change in 2 or 3 years, but we need to start from the grassroots so that the most vulnerable people will increase their resilience and face their adversities. We know very well that there is a displacement and a trend towards living in urban cities. Of course, the cities are more resilient, but it concentrates more population, and this can become a risk because disasters are not natural disasters, they are man-made disasters, as we have not been able to use better our resources and make better use and protect the environment. I'm going to give you some examples which are not new. We have, for example, Haiti, an earthquake, hurricanes Eta and Iota that hit the whole region. And I want you to understand something. I want to bring first-hand information because as an NGO, we are dedicated to prevention and response, and most of the information we have and from which we arrive to conclusions, we need to save lives and build resilience in the most vulnerable communities. And for example, hurricanes Eta and Iota gave us an example of how disasters don't know about policies or policy limitations or policy borders or trends. They don't know anything about that. They are neutral, they are impartial, and we had to respond to many countries at the same time that did not know what was going to happen. They didn't have the technology, and that is the challenge we have to face every day. In the case of San Andres and Providencia in Colombia, the whole island was devastated. Nobody told them that they were going to be hit by a hurricane Category 5 Hurricane Dorian also. And of course, with the forecast that my colleague Carlos also mentioned, imagine what will happen. United Nations has stated that in a few years we will have around 560 disaster threats per year. Imagine the vulnerability. Imagine all those vulnerable communities that when they lose something, they lose everything forever. And I want to emphasize on this because these people do not have the strength to face these adversities. Now, when we talk about sustainable development, we talk about the fact that all SDGs can collapse when faced to risk. Nicolas Taleb wrote a book called Black Swamp, and when we don't understand the impact of something, that impact generates disasters, suffering, pain, losses, human and material losses in an exponential manner. If we were not able to prevent, in the sense that we do not understand the different scenarios we can face and take measures beforehand in a responsible and diligent manner, so that once we face those disasters we can become more resilient. These are the agendas. All these are important governmental agendas, binding agendas that we have developed, and there is something common that is in all early warning systems. If we analyze what is happening, we have a very difficult scenario, but we need to have the capacity to translate all these problems into projects. It's the only way forward. Climate change must be thought about like a hazard approach. Many NGOs and many international agencies and many efforts from the private and public sectors are aimed at impacting on climate change, but we have to deal with the consequences of climate change. And in this regard, we need sound projects that will mitigate suffering, save lives, and build resilience in the most vulnerable populations. That is why we have to be holistic, as we have already mentioned. The first thing we have to do is to reach out to these vulnerable communities and transfer technologies regarding risks. It's not enough to have instruments and to monitor the situation. We have to reach out to these communities and speak their language. They have to understand what are their risks so that they can become aware of what is the danger or hazard to which they are exposed to. Then we have implementation of technology and innovation. This means to put in place systems to disseminate warnings. The information source is important. Seismic sensors, pluvial sensors, everything that we have designed, geospatial information. But the challenge here has to do with the dissemination. One thing is to have the information, and another thing is timely dissemination of the information so that people can save lives, so that they can develop a protocol. And that is what obviously will mitigate the impact of what we will have to face in the future. Putting in place sensors and early warning systems, informing the community or the population is what will allow us to save lives. thinking about all the technological opportunities. We need to use all this innovation for the benefit of the most vulnerable people. Another important element is socialization. We need to develop dissemination systems and socialize risk management protocols, continuity plans, emergency plans. What is a continuity plan or a follow-up plan? Well, you have to imagine different scenarios and have a response for each scenario. You need to be in contact with the population, respecting their beliefs, their traditions, their ideas. And all this risk management, which is like a doctrine or philosophy, must be understood by the community. So we have to speak their same language. The last element of this project is readiness. That is to be ready, to be prepared to face anything. This is part of the training, socialization, perception, risk perception, and the implementation of technology. When we have all these components ready, then we have the readiness concept implemented. Imagine the most vulnerable population in a region in a scenario where they find themselves strong enough to face adversities with technological detonators or drivers, sorry. This is an example, and with this I'm coming almost to the end of my presentation. This is an example of how dissemination systems can cover very wide territories. These are early warning towers that have an audio dissemination of many, many kilometers. We have these technologies today, and they can be made available to the most vulnerable population. This is a project, it's around $10 million project. We're talking about 150 towers that will benefit millions of persons, the most vulnerable persons, and the ones that are most exposed to hazards. Then I want to talk about success cases or stories. We have implemented this in Chiapas, Mexico. It's a very beautiful place, but it's highly exposed to seismic and hydrological events. They face all types of natural disasters. 25 towers were installed and benefited millions of persons. In the Galapagos Island in Ecuador, for example, these same towers can have their own energy sources. This is an important example. It is also important to alert strategic infrastructure. In Peru, in Magdalena del Mar, there are many, many examples in the region. All this goes hand in hand with manuals, socialization, training, face-to-face meetings, using technology so that people understand what is happening, what can happen, and how to save lives. Finally, I like to conclude with this phrase, warning systems help to save lives. Where there are no warning systems, deaths are number of deaths increase. If we had the means to connect more people, we could have saved more people. The more people we can contact, the more people we can save. And I want to conclude with a reflection by Ana Leticia this morning. I don't know if you remember that she showed a slide with a floating planet. planet is like an island, and in the Caribbean we have a lot of islands. Feeling that you are in an island, that you are isolated, that you are independent, that you don't have connection with anybody because you're surrounded by sea. But we need to understand that our planet is an island and nobody can come to help us. So we are the ones who have to invest the necessary resources and take all this into consideration. Otherwise, we are losing sight of something very important. That is why early warning and risk management should be taken into consideration as a national security matter. It has been proven that risk management is a priority in political agendas and budgets, because when there is a disaster, they have the capability to face it. Resilience is built little by little. You cannot build resilience when you are faced with a disaster. You have to start much before. That is why I invite you to reflect on this and to go from ideas to implementation. We need to put in place projects so that we can face these problems. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Dr. Leñado.
A continuación, buscamos.
Now we would like to continue to build and include, and this is the most important thing. We are honored to introduce William Martinez and James Summit. William has worked in the infrastructure and programs for more than 25 years and has a very interesting proposal to build bridges in the region. It's accompanied by James Summit, a founder of James Summit and Company, which is one of the most important brands in terms of disability inclusion, and is a worldwide leader in terms of inclusion and the association with essential companies. So the floor is yours.
Sí podemos, yo voy a hablar como 5 o 6 minutos o ya. Bueno. Sí, okay. Está bien.
Gracias.
Okay, de acuerdo. Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, Caribbeans all, and distinguished guests. Thank you, Anna, and thanks to the rest of the members of this event. And thank you for inviting me to this important event. We will present today just some comments regarding the fact that we are convinced of how easy to understand is this concept. First, the organization I represent is infrastructure for the people. The program is Bridges for Inclusion, and the project that we are going to address is Red Arrows. The Red Arrows, indeed. As I said, this is a project that is has a very basic principle. It's not rocket science. It's a concept that we want to convey to you today. As I am certain, when you hear the concept, all of you will think, how come we haven't done this before? However, it is a project that will change history if we actually are able to implement it. It will change the history of humankind and the economy of the greater Caribbean. And it can actually change the economy of the world. We're talking about the Red Arrow project, as you can see.
is a concept of that capitalizes disaster responses. Is an area that works training and recruiting using the human value of the Caribbean peoples. A high tide can actually increase all the values indeed. We're talking about the response to disasters of all kinds, these tsunamis, earthquakes, droughts, cyclones, floodings. The red arrows represent the development of all the working force after the occurrence of disasters. Let's give an example here. So you can see, let's imagine the impact of a hurricane and its scores. When it hits, the disaster unleashes a common response, which is immediate and is a country-based response. If you have a brother that is sick, if you have a brother who's sick because of an accident, and you wanna care for that brother, you wanna visit that person. As you can see, we capitalize the forces of all the Caribbean peoples to bring in trainers that will assist our brother that is in distress. So it's a way to find possibilities for a community to stand up. It's not just to bring in fish, but to teach how to fish. How do we do this? We have the red arrow concept. It's a circular economy based on human capital. It's a proactive response which will enable each country to have its own capacity building institution to provide an immediate response to all member countries, to provide also local training and a permanent knowledge-based capacity building to assist that community that has been hit by a disaster. This is the best way to manage the crisis and will turn that crisis into an opportunity. An opportunity that is for the Caribbean and for those who need it the most. When there is a disaster in any Latin American country or the greater Caribbean, the works and the knowledge and opportunities to be highlighted for the reorganization are usually only left on the ideas and discussions, but no opportunities are taken from it. The red arrows as working centers for recruitment, which immediately are involved in these disaster areas. No matter what country in the greater Caribbean region is, the red arrows empower the community together to tackle that disaster in a better position. This is an example. A disaster requires a set of jobs and technical training to make it sustainable. Therefore, when any community, when a given community has been hit by a disaster, they will receive all the red arrow centers across the Caribbean to capitalize human resources and efforts in order to provide an immediate response and treatment for the community hit by that disaster. And with this, I will give the floor to my colleague, James.
All right. Thank you, William. And it
Bien.
is just an honor. Given 3 minutes to wrap. Leave you with just a couple thoughts. So again, an honor. Thank you to ACS for having us. Thank you for it's just been an honor to see all the knowledge and passion here today. It really has moved me. But what I want to leave you with is the concept today of changing individuals who need help to individuals who give help. Right. And it's really personal to me because as a person born with a disability, I was a person who, when I was growing up, needed help. I needed my community, right? But here I am later. I own a company that has helped over 15,000 people with disabilities find meaningful careers worldwide. Thank you. And that is the honor for me to be able to take the help I was given and now give help to people. And that is what we want to do with Bridges to Inclusion and the Red Arrow Project, right? We want to, I've heard so many terms today, but one of the things to think about, 16%, 1 in 6 citizens in the Caribbean region have a disability. 1 in 3, 33% of the citizens in the region live in what we call underserved situations where they have dramatic barriers to employment. Think about the opportunity to work and help those individuals who are receiving help to turning them in through training centers to empowered individuals who work in the skilled trades, in disaster recovery, in sustainable tourism, in building a labor force and a workforce in your own communities. So I ask you to think about that. I ask you to walk away today with that vision of a bridge from the folks that need help in your communities to building folks who are giving help, especially in the time of disaster and when it's most needed. So again, that is the passion, that is the power that I've seen represented here today, but also the passion and power that I think people with disabilities across the Caribbean region can bring in collaboration with everything else and all the vision that you are doing. So thank you very much. Enjoy.
William y James, les agradezco infinitamente y comparto.
William and James, I thank you very much and share my passion about this. I just want to say that today we are presenting to our members and our potential partners 3 projects that can change the lives of millions of persons in our region. 3 projects in which we can invest to start growing together, sharing information, making decisions in with consensus. So I invite you to start a Q&A session. These presentations have called your attention. I want to clarify that the presentations will be shared in our webpage, but right now we would like to start a Q&A session. Somebody would like to start? Director, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias a todos los expositores.
I want to thank all the speakers or members of the panels. It has been a very intensive and interesting session to save lives, of course. But when I think in all these problems generated by climate change and that have been so well expressed by you all, when you talked about the risk, the human face of disaster and all the implications, I wonder, how can we do this? Cadena spoke about their projects. They are an NGO. and to cover many of the developing countries where there are more vulnerability, despite that they are not the countries that have generated this greenhouse gases and are not responsible of this problem. Developing countries are the ones who are paying the price for all this. When I think about the money required to promote and multiply these types of projects in the Latin American and Caribbean countries, we are talking about a lot of money. You talked about training, prevention, training for prevention that saves lives, but you need money for NGOs like Cadenas be multiplied in all Latin America and the Caribbean. So the question is how much money we need, how many people we need to help save so many lives. This is a very huge problem, and according to science, we don't have much time left. So when I hear all this, many questions come to mind because the projects that you have presented have solutions, but the problem is even bigger. How can we address all this and multiply all these efforts in such a manner that we can really save more lives? Because in your presentations, you have talked about the multiplicity that of non-disaster, natural disasters. These continue to increase, and from now to 2030, they will continue multiplying. So how? Because the problem is a huge one. So I have many questions, but if somebody can enlighten me, I would appreciate. Thank you. I don't think the problem is the money. We must make the correct questions. For what do we need money and what are the problems? The geospatial information technology can help us identify where should we put these resources for a more effective use. It is important to consider all the studies and all the progress that has been made in terms of vulnerabilities and territories so that we can address funds correctly. I was General Director of Natural Disasters Fund with the resources for disaster, and the problem was never the money. The problem was we didn't have a clear idea of what would be the target, and particularly within which cycle, because we can spend funds in specific projects that do not generate any substantial or significant change, because here we need to change the approach. The approach is not only the natural threat or hazard, but what originates this hazard. And this has to do with vulnerability, institutional vulnerability. So building capacity is very important, and putting the information to the service of people. There are several things linked to to the risk disaster management. One is early warning, infrastructure, monitoring, and as these resources are so much limited, we would have to use the technological tools and the technical and scientific capacities that our states have so that we can be more precise. We need to rethink the risk in the region with the different implications. We have examples of badly used resources, starting with my country, and we have to learn from these experiences. We have to learn from successful projects, from successful practices, and not forget our mistakes. because only then we can take the necessary steps. Thank you. I think it is a very important question because everything we have mentioned, or we are talking about developing projects, and all this requires money. I'm going to be very direct in my response. I have a very positive response because we know that the training of each person to become a carpenter or an electrician requires $2,138 per average per person. So when you go to the community that has suffered from a disaster and train the people in those communities, the other option is to bring people from multinationals, yeah, and that has costed a much higher cost, 10 times higher. So the program we know, that is training the local people so that they have the experience for rehabilitating their community after a disaster, is very a sustainable project. It is something that it it is a long-term value investment. It's a good investment. If let me see if I understood the question. First of all, I think it is difficult to give a figure of how much is needed. I want to mention two important things that can guide my answer. There have been many studies about how much is the cost of an effective risk reduction project or implement a project for climate change adaptation. Studies also say that national governments are in a position to assume 20% of the necessary financing required. So 80% requires the international cooperation or private investment. Now, another guide could be the interaction of risk reduction management and climate change adaptation agendas interaction. The idea of investing $1 in risk reduction is helps you to save $7 in reconstruction. There is also ill conception or bad conception of what is about financing climate change adaptation and risk reduction management. If we make a study of how we spend money meant for this, we will see that we need to generate a change of mind in the way of addressing the problem and responding systematically once the disaster takes place, instead of preventing or having a plan beforehand for reducing disaster risk. Another thing is when planning, the involvement of the private sector is extremely important. There are very good experiences in Mexico and Colombia, like cat bones, with risk evaluation mechanisms where they are responsible of risk evaluation and adaptation of projects for risk reduction management, the Build Back Better concept. So I just wanted to make some points that are linked to financing risk and which would be the main actors so that these financing needs could be covered. I want to make an anecdote. When the eruption of the volcano in Guatemala, I was in a plane going to help save lives. I was reading a magazine in the airplane, and there was this articulation about a device, a small device called Curiosity, that we took to Mars. This small device, we took this little device to Mars. So I was thinking about this, and once I was in the field, I found that the most vulnerable people had no warning system. They did not even know that lava. Well, I mean, the water in the river is not going to put off the lava, so we had to take care of people who had their feet burned. So I remembered about this small device that we took to Mars. We have enough money to build a new planet next to ours. Now the question is, what social and political agenda includes the social management of a risk? Some people think that this is all about bringing cats down from a tree or helping the old lady to cross the street. But it's not that. We have had responses in Central America, in the Caribbean, and in many other places. But this must be considered a matter of national security because your political agenda changes. The term sustainable does not exist when you have a natural disaster hazard. So the question is, where is this in our agenda? We have a budget for crime, for health, for education, but for risk management, there is no proper budget. Just to add something regarding the volcano in Guatemala, in San Pedro Yicopapa, there was a warning system or a monitoring system in place, but regretfully, what happened was that the population was not warned, but the municipal authority received the warning and did nothing because the hotel management received the same warning and acted, but the municipal authority did not act. This has to do with the understanding of risk. In the case of the hotel, they saved life because they got the warning. And why did the municipal authority did not react, and so many lives were lost? So we have an infrastructure, but that infrastructure does not mean that Lives will be saved if there is no understanding of what these tools are for. Same thing happens throughout the region. We have the knowledge, we have the infrastructure, but we need to start to understand what risk management really means. Well, thank you. Another question.
Pasamos primero a esta pregunta y regresamos con usted. Muchas gracias.
Yes, thank you. I am Shamer Hagmat from Suriname, ambassador to the CARICOM and the ACS. I want to thank the Secretariat of the ACS for hosting this conference and also the Cuban government to also be part of it. What I want to ask is, one, I see that the focus with regard to sargassum is very much brought forward very much here, but in Suriname we don't have the sea. We have our creeks with black water like Coca-Cola, but we are dealing with another phenomenon, and that is what we are dealing with is mangrove, the loss of mangrove. And in this forum, I didn't hear, it wasn't mentioned. And what I would ask is, how could we are dealing with it, how could we approach investors, donors, persons who are dealing with climate change, climate finance, climate, everything around it. How could you assist Suriname with the loss of the mangrove? Because we need that to sustain our land. And because of the loss of mangrove, we have very heavy loss of land. And another thing I support the answer we had with regard on the financing and how to deal with climate change. What we need, what I see in CARICOM member states is after a flooding, after a natural disaster, is that they get help, donor funding. But what I'm looking for is learn the people how to sustain, how to survive. Don't give them the fish. Learn them how to fish. And that's why I'm keen with the answer of the red arrow, that they are going to the people and give them the knowledge. That is what we need. We need the funding that's to recover, but learn the people how to deal with the situation so that if another situation occurred, they know how to do it by themselves. Thank you.
A ver, ¿puedo?
Sí, por favor.
Gracias por la pregunta, es súper interesante porque nos lleva a algo que se menciona poco, el problema del sargazo que efectivamente existe. Tratando de responder a su pregunta, y uno de los impulsores más importantes de los riesgos.
The drivers of these risks is the environmental degradation. The loss of mangroves is one of the crucial problems we face in the Caribbean basin, because mangroves are considered to be a natural defense against a great deal of threats, not just to keep the ecosystem alive, but also to sustain it. How to raise awareness, who to call. There is indeed a financing tool in terms of adaptation to climate change. That exists within the adaptation mechanisms to climate change. But now, there are nature-based solutions. And one of the solutions, one of the most certain and assertive solutions that are conducted behind the United Nations Environmental Program are providing global adaptations to
Give you. So, and they are financing directly national governments. So national governments, if each one of the countries could be authorized to go and propose projects in nature-based solutions. Esa es una de las soluciones. Y hay.
This is one of the solutions. And there are several mechanisms among the international cooperation systems that can accompany the governments that derived from what is the environmental diplomacy, in particular, and especially mangrove rehabilitation as a defense mechanism and for the sustenance of the balance in an ecosystem in terms of capacity building. And that I will leave to my Red Arrow colleagues. Within the different rehabilitation mechanisms, there are indeed what we call build back better, which is not just hard infrastructure, but also capacity building in communities in order to better tackle contingency plans at different levels within informal economies. And there are several projects that have conducted training for providers and people that can ensure production cycles with redundant systems for the sake of their own businesses. There are many good experiences and many good lines work that have been shared among our colleagues and also in the area of the Red Arrows after the earthquake in Haiti. The community was empowered to recycle debris from the collapsed buildings. There are many things that can be done to reactivate the local economies and in expedite fashion, and also to build capacity in other areas. For the sake of time, and also because this is an area that is also connected with the next panel, we're going to get back to this important question in the next panel. We apologize for this. We will take another question for the disaster risk reduction, and I would like to get the response of only one panel member.
Express my appreciation for the quality of presentations. The information generated, I think, is significant, very, very important for us in the region. But there's one aspect that I want to bring out that I thought I would need your own perspective on, and it is that with us in the Caribbean in particular, you have a recurrence of disasters every year. That has implication for, of course, your capacity of underdeveloped countries to respond in a very consistent way to resolve the problem. Very often, before you actually solve or get over the damage associated with one impact, you have another one multiplying the problem. And I think that's part of the issues that we have to contend with. But I did hear this factor as part of the consideration here. Could somebody speak to this so we can get an opinion? Thank you.
Well, in general, we've had some success stories, well, several actually, where we do everything that we want to do and scale up throughout the Caribbean region when we manage RIDGE, including prevention, preparedness, response, and cooperation is very easy. Actually, it becomes easier. And we also have very strong cases where we as NGOs work, so we cease to exist. That is, we invest all our efforts and everything we have, so we become irrelevant and unnecessary. So our roadmap is clearly designed because we have early warning systems, socialization, we have trained people, we have raised awareness, we have continuity and follow-up plans, and every year the climate is still the same, so nobody needs our help anymore. Nobody needs response, independent response that comes from afar. They become resilient. So resilience is built with integrated risk management, with risk atlases. So it has been proven that if you follow the path of risk management, you no longer need humanitarian assistance. You don't need assistance for response and preparedness. And we do not perpetuate dependence. We want to develop resilience because resilience equates to independence. And we want each community to have resources to cope with their adversities in an independent manner. One question by Jamaica.
And Delita McCallum, Acting Director for the Caribbean and Americas Department in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Jamaica. Jamaica remains committed to these initiatives, and we just want to thank you very much for this very useful and informative presentations. Just one point I would like to highlight is the fact that when we talk about natural disasters, sometimes we think in this region about hurricanes, flooding, and displacement. We just want to highlight that we also have the issue of drought, the dry season, where that has implications for food security, and particularly for rural women in rural farming communities. There are times when there's no access to water, not just potable water for drinking, but water for farming. And so I would like to just highlight that in our projects that we are trying to formulate, how to treat the issue of drought, particularly since it also affects the region. Thank you very much.
Bien, muchas gracias.
Well, thank you very much. There is a broadly accepted premise that natural disasters do not exist. As a matter of fact, there are natural threats that impact us. And in the case of Jamaica and in the case of all our nations, we do have hurricane seasons, drought seasons, and floods. But rather than scarce water resources during droughts, we should talk about a lack of infrastructure in many cases, and in the need to build capacities of people, how we can make the impact of those threats that no longer become a disaster. We can invest in basic infrastructure and building up the capacities of our institutions and authorities and our people in general. We can invest in monitoring, follow-up, evaluation, in knowledge creation, investing in those previous phases. We can ensure that hurricane seasons do not become a disaster every year, because hurricanes will continue to occur, but they should not bring about the losses of lives or crops. So what I think that should be our approach. Thank you very much. And we, as the ACS, we provide our members the opportunity of attracting these investments. We have the knowledge, we have the appropriate partners, and what we now seek is to mobilize resources to reach out to our more vulnerable communities. So I deeply thank the panel members for their wonderful inputs, and you will continue hearing from us because we will make sure that we realize all these projects. Thank you very much.
Les agradecemos mucho que continúen con nosotros y vamos.
Thank you for staying with us, and we will now begin with the last panel of today on climate change. We have with us participants, representation of the University of the West Indies and Planted Food, New Zealand Research Institute, and we ask them to please join us. Claudia Taguada from the Dominican Republic. Grisel Acosta, coordinator of the area of nature, climate, and energy of UNDP Cuba. And we also call on Andres Bisono, CEO of SOS Carbon, who will be the members of this panel.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We have said it time and again today. Our region is facing climate change impacts, and one of the topics that we want to include in our agenda is sargasses. We are going to talk about now to an online presentation by the University of the West Indies.
Good day, everyone. The Mona Geoinformatics Institute is elated to have been invited to present at the 6th Association of Caribbean States International Conference. The Mona Geoinformatics Institute has done significant work on sargassum inundation, which has culminated in the development of a national sargassum early advisory system for Jamaica. We will now share with you some of the insights garnered through development made possible through our SARTRAC project, funded by the Economic and Social Research Council Global Challenges Research Fund. The hardworking team at the Mona Geoinformatics Institute is led by Acting Director Dr. Eva Maxam, who also co-leads Work Package 2 of the SARTRAC project. We also have Mr. Ramara Anderson, a Biogeography Research Associate, Mr. Moore Escoffery, a GIS Research Associate, Ms. Kavia Harriott, our GIS Programmer, and a talented project management team consisting of Ms. Keody Magawa, Mr. Darren Fletcher, and Ms. Kishna Chambers. Okay, so let's look at the main purpose of our early advisor system. What is novel about this system when compared to others is that this system is aimed towards utilizing various data sources to predict the beaching of sargassum on a local scale across Jamaica. Other systems are more concerned about the location of floating sargassum, but our system delves a little bit further and looks at the beaching events themselves. The system is also unique in that it will incorporate the dynamic movement of sargassum offshore and the conditions which eventually results in its movement nearshore and subsequent beaching. The system will also incorporate the community and sector characteristics of those coastlines affected by sargassum inundation. Ultimately, we hope that the system will improve the resiliency of coastlines and assist in guiding interested persons to utilize sargassum for transformational adaptation. Here we have a flowchart documenting the methodologies involved in the sargassum early advisory system development for Jamaica. It is important to know that this chart has 3 key components which are required for the development of the early advisory system. Component A focuses on gaining an understanding of offshore wind and wave parameters. Component B focuses on the location of both floating and beach sargassum and how derived wind and wave data relate to the dynamic movement of sargassum from their location offshore to their beaching. Component C, the last component, seeks to garner an understanding of the socioeconomic vulnerability of Jamaica's coastline to sargassum beaching events. The ultimate outcome would be the development of a dynamic sargassum beaching alert for Jamaica. In Figure 2, we document how we derived a sargassum beaching risk value using measures of vulnerability, socioeconomic exposure, and hazardous conditions across the coastline and offshore Jamaica. And building from that flowchart, we will now delve a little bit deeper into our methodologies utilized. We had a user specification meeting with key stakeholders involved in sargassum management across Jamaica. These stakeholders are from a variety of sectors, including fisheries, tourism, environmental, national planning, and alternative use interests. Mock-ups of the early advisory system website were also shown and presented to stakeholders for their feedback. Offshore wind and wave data were derived from NOAA OSCA platforms, ensuring that there was some level of diurnal variability in the data gathered. All data was subsequently converted into appropriate formats suitable for statistical analysis. We were also able to identify historic sargassum beaching events for 2018 through 2021 by overlaying 1 kilometer segmented polyline features on high-resolution satellite imagery and subsequently tagging the presence or absence of beach sargassum to these polyline segments. Additionally, we were able to identify the geographical variation of offshore sargassum events for 2018 through 2021 by overlaying offshore vector files onto the University of South Florida's 7-day floating algae density maps. Subsequently, the presence or absence of floating sargassum was tagged to the offshore vector files as necessary. After garnering this understanding of geographical variation of offshore sargassum, the geographical variation of beach sargassum, the wave and wind conditions which persist offshore, these parameters will be statistically compared to derive relationships which will be applied to modern-day conditions to create dynamic early advisory system predictions. A socioeconomic vulnerability model was also developed for Jamaica based on the presence of various coastal sectors within 1 kilometer of the coast. This was made possible through GIS repositories housed at the Mona Geoinformatics Institute. This model was also supported through field data collection from fishing and tourism interests across Jamaica. The predictions made by this early advisory system were validated at 8 field sites across Jamaica, as shown in Figure 9. During these field validation activities, volume data was garnered through innovative methods developed by the Mona Geoinformatics Institute. Here we have an image from one of our field validation activities in Hampshire, Jamaica, which happens to be the worst affected community on the island by sargassum beaching events. The early advisory system bulletin alert developed will contain various elements, such as a detailed caption which describes the alert, images of sargassum inundation, prediction graphics, as well as maps illustrating the expected inundation along various communities across Jamaica. Here in Figure 11, we have a mock-up of one of the maps that will be contained in our Early Advisory System Bulletin Alert. As you can see, this map has essential information such as the beaching risk posed to various communities across Jamaica, as well as the presence or absence of floating sargassum in both nearshore and offshore sectors. Here in Figure 12, we have a mock-up of a community-specific sargassum early advisory system bulletin, which is in this case Hampshire for June 2022. This bulletin contains vital pieces of information which stakeholders can utilize to enhance their preparedness for sargassum beaching and offshore floating events. As you can see, this bulletin will contain information on the offshore risk as well as the nearshore risk of sargassum posed to the various community. It will also contain a beaching risk value based on the level of socioeconomic exposure as well as the natural vulnerability to sargassum beaching. We will also have information on the specific coastal activities of that community expected to be impacted by sargassum inundation. And we also identify whether or not this community has potential for transformational opportunities for interested persons. And this marks the end of our presentation. Thank you for having us. We are pleased to have shared insights on tackling this issue of sargassum through our Early Advisory System development for Jamaica. Please reach out to us if you have any questions on how we can share our insights to assist other Caribbean nations in the development of a similar system to tackle the persistent threat of sargassum inundation.
Como podrán darse cuenta,
As you can realize, sargassus is a problem our region is facing, and we are trying to have an integration with the various activities that are taking place so that this topic is also in the agenda now. We will have a video by Plant Scent Foods, a research institute from New Zealand that is carrying out research work in our region and with whom we can continue learning on this problem.
Hello everyone, at the ACS International Cooperation Conference of 2022. My name is Rosie Patterson Lima. I'm a Program Manager at Plant and Food Research New Zealand. I'm here to tell you about our project called Sargassum Products for Climate Resilience in the Caribbean. We work in proud partnership with local implementers such as the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism. And today we will share with you about how the project is aiming to take a threat and a challenge such as sargassum and turn it into an opportunity. We will outline for you how the project came to be, the phases of the project, and what collaboration looks like for us in partnership in the Caribbean.
When there is a lot of sargassum in the waters, sometimes it is just impossible for fishers to go to sea. Fishers sometimes have to travel longer distances to get to their fishing grounds. In some cases, fishers have had to relocate their base of operation so that they can find areas that are more suitable and accessible to their fishing grounds. The numbers of fishing days have been reduced in some cases. Their cost of operating has increased. They have lost fishing gear in some cases and fishing equipment. The geographic scale of the sargassum blooms and the influxes in the coastal waters and on the beaches are unprecedented. The massive blooms of sargassum that has been occurring in the region is definitely related to the changing climate and changing environment. We're fairly certain, based on several research initiatives that have been conducted over the years, that climate change and nutrient enrichment are two of the key drivers of the sargassum bloom. The massive sargassum blooms that have continued since 2011, they are due to climate change as well as the nutrient enrichment of the Atlantic waters. In addition, we have nutrient-rich Saharan dust. So the project, which is funded by the New Zealand Foreign Affairs and Trade Ministry and has been implemented by the CRFM and Plant and Food Research of New Zealand. The title of the project is Developing Sargassum Products for Climate Resilience in the Caribbean.
Together with the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism, we are responsible for leading the project to mitigate the environmental and economic impacts of sargassum seaweed. So it's a 3-year project funded by the New Zealand Aid Program. We always wanted this program to have a regional impact. Like, we can't do all the different aspects in all those regions. So we'll be looking to pilot in a particular region, but we envisage that it will have value right across the Caribbean where sargassum seaweed is an issue. The first phase is really looking at kind of raw material safety testing and also harvest operations. So as I was talking about those different sites throughout the Caribbean, really getting a good understanding of what any food safety issues might be for the seaweed. And here we're particularly talking heavy metals. Then also looking at harvesting operations. So we know that there are some companies in the Caribbean who have really created some innovative platforms in order to be able to harvest the seaweed before it reaches the beach. And so looking at what are the potential harvest operations and what would work best in terms of some of the products that we're kind of thinking about. So looking at that, but then of course all the processes along the way. For some of these high value products, we will need to look at drying the seaweed. So how do we do that effectively? The second phase of the project is really around the product and process development. And so looking at what are the types of products that could be produced. And this isn't just about looking at what's technically feasible in terms of what you can make out of the seaweed, but also looking at what's in demand in the market, both within the region, but also from surrounding countries. And then it will be looking at how do you commercialize those products and what is that kind of strategy going forward. So looking to develop that product commercialization and strategy development. And then the final phase of the program is really about the outreach. So as I said earlier, we're talking about this being of impact to the Caribbean region, but we may only be able to pilot it in 1 or 2 areas. And so then it's ensuring that the learnings that we have from this project are really spread widely throughout the Caribbean. That is a team of 50 scientists who work in fisheries research. And so it's really these skills that we bring to the table in this project to be able to work alongside our Caribbean partners to come up with creative solutions to address this problem.
The sargassum that has been a nuisance for us since it started arriving in our waters, it could become the base for very important and significant economic activities and industry for the benefit of our people.
I hope you enjoyed that. We are working in this coming year to bring about a product that is ready and safe for market distribution. And we're really excited about this research and development phase alongside local partners and researchers in the Caribbean. So with our collaborator, the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism, we will continue to work and develop ways of working alongside local partners and collaborators, for example, at the harvesting stage. So I will be back in the region in February, and myself and my colleagues at CRFM will look forward to communicating with you and working towards a way to bring this challenge, this threat in the region into an opportunity for communities that have been so badly affected by sargassum. So thank you for your time, and please feel free to reach out to me at any point. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. También esta información estará disponible para todos.
This information will also be available for you all. Now I have the pleasure of introducing Claudia Taboada, who is the Director for Science, Technology, and Environment of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dominican Republic. She's a person who is totally committed with the environment and also with the Sustainable Development Goals. Claudia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much and good evening. I would like to thank you for staying with us so late despite we lag behind schedule. But I think this discussion is worthwhile, especially for the presentation that we still come ahead from. Our shorelines receive tons of sargassum that invade beaches and disrupt tourism and agricultural and fisheries activities, which caused losses of millions of dollars for communities. And sargassum also damages the marine ecosystems, the power sector, and living beings in marine environments. Sargassum is an endemic phenomena of the Caribbean Sea that has some benefits. This tropical forest of the ocean, as some have called it, provides shelter to migratory species and is a crucial habitat for fish and invertebrates. Still, as a result of climate change, sargassum is facing uncontrolled growth, which cannot be ignored by Caribbean countries that depend on marine and coastal resources for food security and tourism. Satellite images mark a clear trend. The arrival of sargassum to our shores is a phenomenon that is increasing its intensity. and the number of sargassum collected from our shores and oceans has increased. Today, we want to talk about tourism, conservation, beaches, cooperation, and development. But none of that will be possible if in the Caribbean we do not face these huge challenge and regional crisis that sargassum entails. Sargassum is accumulated in our shores, is dried and smells, and it's unattractive and unappealing. Therefore, visitors don't like it. Sure, collection methods have a negative impact in our shorelines. The uncontrolled growth affects marine biodiversity, namely coral reefs, fish, and turtles or sea turtles. The fisheries are also affected as damages caused by sargassum and heavy metals damage fish schools or population. Attempts to control sargassum worldwide have been slow and expensive. The environmental and economic cost of alien invasive species increased to $1.4 billion per year worldwide, which equates to 5% of the world economy. And the Dominican Republic is not strange to these phenomena, although it is hard to quantify the impact of sargassum given the amount of tons that are washed to our shores. It is estimated that around 4 tons of macroalgae have impacted tourism resorts and destinations like Punta Cana, etc. Recently, due to the shift in the sea currents, sargassum is reaching other areas of the island, like the northern coast, where we have Manao, Rio San Juan, and others. Tourism areas. The major impact on our wildlife cannot be ignored. Sargassum creates areas with poor oxygen, obstructs the sun ray light, and sargassum decomposed exposure to decomposed sargassum can be toxic and damaging. And sargassum is destroying our marine biodiversity. We work with affected species that are killed because sargassum covers the sunlight rays. In our country, the presence of sargassum also entails problems for power generation for companies like the ones she has mentioned that require sea water to cool their turbines. And sargassum infiltrates this system, thus creating havoc. As the sargassum has a major impact on tourism, which is one of the Dominican Republic major income sources. Most Caribbean islands are suffering the same problem. This not only entails losses in tourism investment, but also economic losses as the investment of funds that are required to solve this problem. In 2022, it was said that the arrival of 530,000 tourists, around millions of dollars for our country worth of tourism revenues. But this number that is the standard will decrease once the sargassum reaches our shore. Hotel occupancy in traditional accommodation is decreasing significantly during the sargassum season due to this problem. Last year, there were cancellations due to the massive arrival of sargassum, mainly in Punta Cana, where the problems is compounded. This problem is even worse in our sister nations of the Caribbean. I recently visited Antigua and Barbuda, and I saw sargassum. And when I was coming back across some of the islands, instead of looking at the clear turquoise waters, all I was able to see was the brown sargassum. The private sector and some international organizations have invested millions to reduce the presence and impact of sargassum, but sometimes not all nations can do that as they rely on tourism as well. We have received contributions of the private sector and the Ministry of Tourism of around $11 billion. And a fund of $2.8 million were devoted for the construction of a barrier and also for beach replenishment. This is significant for our growing or our developing economy in the Caribbean. For the Dominican Republic, it is clear that the issue of sargassum is a regional crisis that poses a threat for recovery and the economic development of the countries of the Greater Caribbean. We cannot talk about sustainable tourism or sustainable development or economic recovery if we do not discuss the issue of sargassum reaching. That is why our efforts cannot be isolated. They require a collective and coordinated solution. The first summit on sargassum was first major step, but then in 2020 we had the COVID-19 pandemic, and unfortunately this was ignored while we were trying to cope with the challenges posed by the pandemic. Sargassum does not have an immediate solution. It is not expected to decrease given its nature. However, we've seen time and time again in international conferences like the Conference on Oceans in Portugal, where the issue of sargassum was not even included in the agenda. It was addressed in a collateral event that was led by the Dominican Republic, and we were fortunate enough to have the President of the General Assembly, Abdullah Shahid. Once he visited the country, he raised this issue in his speech. The problem is not included in the multilateral agenda of many countries due to the fact that they ignore it, and finally because the region of the Caribbean has not been able to raise a common voice in these fora. But we remain hopeful that in the Dominican Republic we will see the topic being addressed in future conferences. We are very thankful to the Secretariat of the ACS for giving us this opportunity, even at the end of a very long day, because we think that being aware of this problem is one of the challenges that we face as a common region. We should share policies, solutions, measures, and mechanisms that we are implementing at national and at regional level, not only for the preservation of marine ecosystems, but to cope with this crisis. And one of the key messages I want to leave you with is that I hope you all take or have a clear idea of what we face every day in our islands. What used to be clean blue oceans are today brown, and we only see sargassum. Last year, the Dominican Republic called upon the countries of the region to create a common fund to face the problem of sargassum beaching. We are ready and willing to lead this initiative, and not only this of creating a common fund, but the creation of a regional working group to organize a meeting, and the Dominican Republic is willing to host it, not only for Caribbean countries, but also countries of Central America, to resume our work and produce an integrated response. The Dominican Republic is committed to this endeavor and wants to resume the initiatives of the conference held in 2019, not to present a draft resolution, but also to continue trying to find common solutions to this problem with the United Region. This panel seeks to pave the way for that meeting that we could host in 2023. And I conclude by urging you all to continue supporting this effort and that you become aware of this problem, which is a major challenge for the Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Claudia. Certainly, we will retake this invitation made to us, and we will see to it that the topic is discussed more thoroughly in our region. Now, I will introduce Andres Bisonneau, who is the CEO of OSS Carbon.
Massachusetts Institute of Technology está comprometido con rescatar las playas caribeñas de un problema de vida o muerte para el turismo caribeño. Rescatando las costas y playas por igual, se estaría preservando el turismo y el medio ambiente. Andrés, el micrófono es suyo.
Good evening. To us, it is also an honor to be with you all, and I thank you for the invitation and for those who are leading this great regional event, which is an effort to attain unity among us, the leaders who come back to our countries for the benefit of our economies and our communities and countries. Thank you for the introduction. I am Andrés Bisono León, and again, I said I'm representing also the MIT.
Es un centro de emprendimiento de la institución.
Center focusing on supporting entrepreneurs in developing countries. I am also a leader of SOS Carbon. As I said, this initiative, SOS Carbon, is already an organization. It was born in 2018 as a research and development project in MIT under my leadership, and I was enthusiastic over creating. I am from Dominican Republic, but I'm also a citizen of the world. And at the end of the day, climate is affecting us all. We must work together. Otherwise, no country, no area will be spared from the problems we are facing. Since then, until 2020, we developed various technologies that have positioned us today to face this problem, as I will describe to you. Here, we have seen the approach to the problem, but we see in a way of how we can change that into value chains and also to counteract climate change itself. Everything will make sense to you in a few seconds. What's the common thing in the Caribbean? In my case, I say it is the smile of Caribbean people and that spark to finding solutions and working as teams. Now, more specifically, we have seen also how the Caribbean relies so much on its coasts, and also how climate change is affecting us at various levels. I will not elaborate on that, but I would like to make emphasis on the impact of sargassos on our shores. These are some images. We must understand, when you talk about funds, that it is not only funds for the sake of appropriating them. Those funds may be spent also in methods that are worse for the environment. For example, heavy machineries in the shores, in the coast. Do you think that tourists will like to enjoy a beach with a nearby truck running? Or in this way, you have discussed barriers or infrastructures that we have seen that do not solve the problem. They have been inefficient and costly. Or methods or groups that think that they can solve the problem independently. No, we have seen that the sea is hard to control and it is interconnected environment. Coastal communities are the most affected ones. Claudia was talking about Barahona. That was last year. Again, then the blackouts. Beyond that, I will go beyond the Dominican Republic. This year, 2022, US FBI, a US territory, declared an emergency situation as approved by President Biden, only due to the sargasso. So, three main components are climate change, coastal malpractices as heavy machinery, and sargasso invasions. I will elaborate on this image, our nature, the Caribbean, our shores, the Varadero Beach, earlier this morning, and we may have this. Again, what can we do to attain changing this problem into value change? I am a mechanical engineer, and I would have liked to be given this formula when I started my studies. I learned of it too late, but I'm sharing it with you. It was taught to me by an MIT professor we worked with. It represents the positive, the reverse. You can do that. And if you go one step beyond, I will not overwhelm you with many numbers. And now we have a beer because it's late. But I put you into a context of climate change plus costs, bad practices, malpractices, plus sargassos invasions can all be translated into climate change mitigation, social development, and ensuring sustainable tourism and sustainable environment. We have also discussed very much collaboration. I will put it in the context of the formula. The number of players working together is an exponential factor. May this be with you. This is the full formula. What are we doing? As we are short of time, I will try to be brief. In MIT, we designed a mechanical piece of equipment that is put on artisanal boats. These artisanal boats are called yolas in the Dominican Republic. Perhaps in each region and country they have their own term for those are small boats. Why artisanal boats? Because they are an existing structure. When we talk about what we have to do for climate change and mitigation, the integration of communities, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You can even go to basics. We work in the Dominican Republic. This year in Antigua and Barbuda, we started in the Dominican Republic last year, and now in Antigua and Barbuda this year. And this system has shown that there is a great capacity for collection and the prevention of sargassos not to reach the shores. And of course, we may use barriers, of course, but they are complementary. We have seen it is necessary to remove seaweeds to avoid those problems that are already with us, and also to ensure that you can use it as raw material. That's something that has not been mentioned. If you do not take it fresh, you will not be using it. If it reaches the shore and mixes with sand, it will be very difficult to use. These are some images of the process, how the artisanal boat picks it, then it puts in meshes, and then the meshes and take it directly to be dumped into other processes inland. This is a photograph taken when the land operation was quicker. The operation is constant. It is non-stop. It is very efficient. And there is a single artisanal boat can cover 1 square kilometer in front of the coast, depending on the circumstances. That's the capacity we have validated. You see how the meshes can be taken out of the water, then to the truck in the coast. And then we work with the various players right from the start. It is an exponential multiplying factor. This is an environmental permit from the Dominican Republic government, and we leave it with you and to see how this validated mechanism can be applied in many territories without the necessity of starting from scratch and going through the bureaucratic channels and so on. That would mean the energy, time, and so on. I'm sure many of you have gone through that. We survey the whole area. Again, there is also the topic of artisanal boats, which do not sometimes allow you to or allows us, to integrate ourselves into the community, and then we train fishermen. We include the local communities to participate in this service to the tourism service because this is sustainability. To start these programs, we do this. We also try to understand how we have a sustainable mechanism. You see how tourism spends a lot of money because of loss of tourists, but also malpractices. And why not developing a system that can be sustainable and which may bring about jobs and benefits to the communities? Throughout the Caribbean, we can generate or create over 10,000 direct jobs. This is a before and after in a situation where, of course, the objective is to be proactive and avoid that sargassums arrive the shore. There are situations where there is a storm, or when it comes in the evening, or where there are rougher seas. Well, in those cases, you have to act on an emergency base, and we can use this technology to get it to the shore as close as possible and then take it out before it rottens. What has been done? This is something we have been doing, committed with other persons, with allies. This is a picture of the first container from the Dominican Republic. Today, we have sent 5 containers of fresh sargassum to a strategic ally in Finland, who is turning it into cosmetics and pharmaceutical products. As we have seen, the New Zealand group, we have been working with them, has many alternatives. We are also working with the Jamaican group that made the presentation. We have a collaboration with them too. This is another image of a European group, CODES, with whom we have all been also working from the beginning of our operations by detecting and monitoring sargassums. Now, this is a very interesting situation. The way sargassus generates or creates jobs and value chains, and also allows us to mitigate climate change itself. There is an academic article published by MIT describing how from sargassum we can eliminate carbon and methane. What happens with the carbon and methane? They are greenhouse effect events, gases, and of course, Cubans are very careful about them. In this case, I'm trying to be good Dominican again, but we can use sargassos to avoid its rotting in the shores, and then we sequester those gases. And only 10% of the sargassos invading our coasts can be used to eliminate 2 million tons of carbon a year. 2 million tons of carbon a year. A human being, an American, as an average, produces 27 tons of carbon a year. If they eat a lot of McDonald's, of course, we are more conservative. And you put it into perspective, you can compare it to other technologies to mitigate that climate change. This is a small graph of how we can compare the costs of the use of sargassum to reduce carbon and methane levels to other technologies that have developed for capturing it directly, so capturing these gases directly. This is a small comparison with wind farms, and this figure of 2 million tons a year, thanks to a farm in the Dominican Republic that stops producing 280,000 tons a year. So you can imagine if you have 2 million tons. And of course, to close this presentation from sargassum, we can have environmental cleansing, create the jobs, have new products, and then even to capture carbon and methane to counteract and mitigate climate change. You need funds, and this is a sustainable structure, but you need, of course, funds and the support of all actors to make this possible and to develop it as it should be, to meet this urgent problem for the countries and coastal communities. That's something else that I didn't mention. Fishermen are given formal jobs for tourism sector work. And again, I insist, this is something, I'm not saying it just as a formula, but it has been proven. And that's how we work. From the start, we have been supported by the private sector in the Dominican Republic and the Caribbean, and even from other regions, through tourist groups, down to banks like the People's Bank. We thank them again for the support they have given us for our research and development project, and also many institutions, including environmental systems, organizations, and academia. Academia is very important. We must continue having the links with them for these development initiatives to be able to transform things as quickly as possible, so that from the problem we get derived benefits. I will conclude with the famous formula. Remember it, and let us hope that you go with it. Thank you very much. This is my information, my contact information. In any way we can support you, I will be glad to give it to you. Let's work as a team, and let us serve not only my dear country, the Dominican Republic, but all of the region, because we can quickly deploy mechanisms that even allow us to add value, and not only to find a solution to the problem, but also to add value and to become sustainable in time. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
We thank Andrés. There are proposals, solutions, so we need to work together. And to continue working together, I now invite our last speaker, Graciela Costa, Coordinator for Nature, Climate and Energy Area for the from the UNDP program in Cuba. Good evening. I come representing Mr. Fernando Hiraldo, the representative resident in Cuba. He had a personal emergency, and that is why he's not here with us today. He was also representing UNDP as a global development agency. I am the coordinator of Nature, Climate and Energy Area, to share with you some reflections. Just look at the photo I've brought. We are talking about sargassum, we are talking about climate change, risk management, and we have chosen this photo that shows nature. This is a photo from Serra del Rosario, one of the emblematic species of our fauna that we hope to continue preserving. What is the approach promoted by UNDP for any development issue? As UNDP is not a specialized agency in risk management or sargassos, I don't bring a technical presentation. I just want to share with you and stress the messages that have been expressed here today to ratify the message that no problem can be analyzed isolated, because we will not find isolated solutions to the problem. So let's see if the presentation I've brought that was prepared by UNDP can help me to give some solutions. Of course, we are in a region that is highly vulnerable from the environmental, climatic, and economic point of view that have been worsened with the COVID-19 pandemic. So the idea of UNDP is to build portfolios for resilience, how we contribute to resilience in all its dimensions, economic, environmental, and social. There can be no solution to a problem that can be effective if treated isolated. And this is the approach that we promote in all countries. We have a network of offices in 170 countries in the region. The Caribbean area has a particular structure. We have offices for several countries, and we have one office for one country in the case of Dominican Republic or Cuba. This is an example of the term supply is very much in fashion today. One of the supplies we give to countries is the climate promise. This is a notion that tries to support the developing countries in this region, almost 30 countries, to develop or strengthen the nationally determined contributions of each country. That is the NDCs of each country, their commitment or the commitment of each country under the Paris Agreement. Right now, we are holding the COP7 in Egypt. One of the ways in which UNDP can accompany the development of the countries in the Great Caribbean is to support their strategy to improve these commitments. These commitments for mitigation in case of countries that are highly pollutant and countries that are less pollutant. This is what we support in this climate promise. And we are in the phase of supporting the implementation of the priorities declared by each country in terms of adaptation and mitigation. Regarding crisis, the UNDP approach is a three-level approach: anticipation and prevention, response and recovery, and addressing prolonged conflicts. To this end, we have developed a vision for each phase. There was a prior panel that have dwelled on this, but we have developed concepts and tools that have a systemic and integrated and holistic approach to address any of the different issues. It's not only the response, we need preparedness, and we need to think about development even amidst a crisis. These are some of the tools for evaluating the needs of countries that can be used in a crisis or after the occurrence of a disaster, or in the case of a recovery need, like, for example, the situation caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. As you can see in the slide, this has been applied in several countries of the Great Caribbean region. This is a sargassum project, and after listening to what has been said here, I am Cuban. The comrade is from Dominican Republic, the ladies from Dominican Republic. Of course, we are what our countries are. So what we need to do is to collaborate and to reach a consensus. This is a project financed by the Japanese government. You can see the different countries that are participating. We have seen a video in Jamaica. We have listened to the experiences in Dominican Republic, in Haiti. Well, this is another project with a group of islands. So This means that in the context of sargassum, we will need a general projection regarding these initiatives, and maybe Cuba is the country that is free from this avalanche of sargassum, but the Ministry of Tourism is present here. There are some colleagues from the Ministry of Environment and Climate and Science and Technology, and maybe we will have to face that same situation. So maybe comrades or colleagues here may be interested in how to address this problem. I conclude my presentation with 2 slides. A way of facing these climate change, disaster, and crisis issues deals with the way in which public policies are positioned in a country. The example I bring is how the capacity built in Cuba to make its own scientific estimations on the climate change impact and the forecast of future scenario has allowed us to define a state plan called Life Task. You see that in the slide. These are the 11 tasks of the or targets, and this is a forecast up to the year 2100. This is the first plan of its kind to do what a colleague in the previous panel said. This is a problem of national security. This is a way in which we see or analyze this as a national security issue. I'm not going to talk about rains or hurricane. I'm talking about the long-term climate change impact that generates the rising of the sea level, and this has brings about many other impacts. We have research made by Cuban agencies. This is not something we see every day, like droughts or heavy rainfalls or hurricanes. So it's more difficult for the population to be aware of this problem, and it is more difficult for institutions to include in their short-term and medium-term plan of action this problem. We have this long-term plan of action, and the challenge is how we incorporate this in the development plan of the different territories for the next 5 years and up to 2030, actions and measures to address the negative impacts that will affect the population living in coastal areas. That is why the initial emphasis of this life task were the coastal areas, the population and communities living in coastal areas, the percent of territory that can be lost due to the rise of sea level. And that is an important national security matter. I could mention many things more, but I think this is basically a national security problem that must be addressed with public policies and must be understood by the communities living in those areas. These are fishermen who have lived all their life in this area. The colleague from Suriname asked, what are we going to do to rehabilitate the mangrove systems or the wetland ecosystems? And with this, I go to the last slide where I show examples of solutions that together with the UNDP and other international cooperation agencies, we have been implementing. See the different topics we are covering. This was included yesterday to give you an idea of the perspective of the solutions, financial incentives to promote ecosystemic services for food security. We're talking about risk management. We are talking about the reduction of risks, how the private sector should change practices that are not in line with good practices. Due to historical bad practices of productive sectors or human beings, we are suffering the consequences of the climate change. So we are working on services that promote ecosystemic services that will contribute to food security. What you see to the right is what we consider catalyzers for development in the current stage at world level. It's not the 6 priorities, but catalyzer, financing, development, digitalization, and strategic innovation. All this is essential for development. The second example was already mentioned. Nature-based or solutions based on ecosystems. Cuba also has its own experiences. We have a project that has been already concluded. Life mangrove, and based on prior knowledge by Cuban experts, we have developed methodologies, implemented them, and validated them in 2 territories in the southern part of the island, and try to learn how to address the challenge of interacting with local communities and municipal authorities. It's not enough to have the environmental sector to come and tell the fishermen, come, move away because I'm going to rehabilitate the mangrove. This is what has to be done. This is what we call social and environmental responsibility, social and environmental safeguards. We can't do anything today if we don't apply a social and environmental risk assessment, even an environmental project. It doesn't matter if you have institutions or a regulatory framework, strict regulatory framework, to think that there will be no risk. Zero risk does not exist. So you have to wonder, or you have to try to identify the risks from the very beginning, included in your plan of action, allot a budget for that, implement actions, and avoid the disaster. These are experiences for climate change adaptation and reduction of vulnerability of coastal areas. There are several projects in Cuba. We have interacted with several countries of the region. I think this is a topic that can be made available to the ACS through our UNDP office in Cuba. There are many projects that have become a paradigm, a development paradigm. I think we all need to learn about these lessons. The Ministry of Tourism, the Ministry of Agriculture, the governments, the communities. And the last example is mitigation. What do we do to reduce emissions or to increase remissions? The example I bring is an innovative solution. It is a public transportation system for the capital with more than 2 million inhabitants. This is a low carbon public transportation for the capital. We cannot keep on buying buses to try to solve the transportation problem in the capital, which is quite difficult. And it has been quite difficult for many years. So through this project, besides updating the regulatory framework and training, an effective training process with the Havana authority personnel to propose different types of mobility, sustainable urban mobility, the update of regulations, monitoring of the air quality, the procurement of equipment. This is a project where national counterparts are asking for knowledge and expertise. So in the framework of this project, for Cuba, we are working on the electric tricycles for mobility in neighborhoods, in places where it is not convenient to increase the number of buses due to the road infrastructure. So we are using these projects, these electrical tricycles with low prices. The first project was in an hospital area, and now this is being replicated in different municipalities of the capital. And then also the public bicycle system. This may not be new to many of you, but for us it is a new project. We are going to inaugurate several bicycle stations for this public bicycle management system. One will be at the Technological Havana University to work with the students, to learn from them, so that they can motivate the local communities in the use of public bicycles, because of course we have used bicycles in Cuba, particularly during the special period where this was the only transportation mean. But this is not the case. So we need people to accept a sustainable, healthy transportation system, and this has to be done adequately. And why is this my last example? Because in our national economic and social plan, development plan, we want to have a low carbon resilient system, and I think both things must go hand in hand. Both things have to go hand in hand, low carbon and resilience. So the problems of any kind must be addressed with a systemic approach. And to conclude, I want to say that the Constitution of the Republic of Cuba that was updated recently states the right to a balanced and healthy environment. So Cuban citizens have a right to a balanced and healthy environment. This means that public policies and actions with the community must lead us to this, with understanding, information, and proper implementation of actions that will take into consideration all these recommendations. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much to our speakers as well as to all participants. I will now dare to commit our speakers to join us tomorrow to follow up on the questions and answers tomorrow. We know that this has been a very long day, and we invite you to join us on the 6th floor to enjoy an evening to continue with this celebration, to know each other better, to continue to build the bridges our region deserves. Thank you.